Climate Resilience Mitigation Strategies Trace 2021. First and foremost, I would like to give you an introduction on the topic. World Cities Days was established in the year 2013 by the United Nations General Assembly. The first World Cities Days was held in the month of October 2014. The general theme of the World Cities Day is Better City, Better Life, while each year a different sub-theme and a location for its global observance is selected to either promote the success of urbanization or address specific challenges resulting from urbanization. It is important to make sure the world's 1 billion people living in urban life settlements are especially vulnerable are being prepared for mitigate and respond to risk posed by both predictable and unpredictable shocks and stresses. Therefore, climate adaptation is one of the key priorities for the future urban and the health well-being of the people and environment. We have four distinguished speakers with us today to give us detailed insights on the theme of today's topic, adapting cities for climate resilience mitigation strategies, Trace 2021. Here are the few instructions to all the participants to be followed throughout the webinar. All of you, please mute your audio. All the sessions are of 1 hour each, and after each session, half an hour time is allotted for the question and answer session. You can post your questions in the WhatsApp group, which we will put forward to the speakers on behalf of you. At the end of each session, a feedback form will be provided in the WhatsApp group. Please ensure you will be filling the form. E-certificates will be provided to all the participants latest by tomorrow. It's an honor for me to introduce to you our very own principal, Professor Kamini Singh. Professor Kamini Singh is graduated in architecture from JNTU Hyderabad and did her master's in architecture from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. She is a part of her architecture firm named Arca IMPS Hyderabad. The firm has won recognition in international level under most innovative specialized PMC firms. She has been associated with the college since 1998. Now, I would like to request our principal, Kamini Madam, to address the session.
Thank you, Swati. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. A very good morning to all the participants. I would like to thank all the participants who have joined in spite of being a Sunday and very enthusiastic participants. And also thank the speakers for being a part of the session, sharing their knowledge. They are all very experienced professionals who wish to share their case studies and their experience. This trace was started 2 years back as a memorandum of understanding MOU signed with CDI, which comes under the NAC. The coordinator from the director, Mr. Raji Reddy, who is himself an engineer, he and the college made a mutual understanding, and we have signed a memorandum wherein we promise that every alternate months we will come up with some new theme, mostly related to architecture, planning, and other issues of interest to professionals. And part of this, every month we try to see that it is related to some aspect of some event which is happening. So this month being Urban October, we have decided to go with the United Nations agenda under the SDG 11, which is to make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, that recognizes the need to address the complex urban challenges in an integrated and holistic way. We need to take a holistic, multi-hazard approach in building safe, sustainable, and resilient cities. Every crisis response, including the COVID-19 pandemic, should include a building resilience recovery for the future. With this aim, this year, we, the team of SVCA, are proud to announce the celebration of World Cities Day with the theme Adapting Cities for Climate Resilience and Mitigation Measures, a one-day webinar in collaboration with the CDI NAC part of the trace. Eminent speakers we have from various fields who are architects and non-architects as well. And we are also in the process of signing another MOU in collaboration with the CGR, that is the Council for Green Revolution, which will aim at providing certificate courses of ranging from 2 days, 2 to 3 days to 1 week sessions towards aiming at sustainable cities and green aspects of construction and environment. With this, I welcome all the participants for today's session. Let us all join hands and make this event successful. Spread the message. The aim is over here. It begins with a small group and then it reaches out to a larger audience, the architects, non-architects, all professionals, everybody, because it's going to affect everyone. All of us are part of this city. Let us make this entire message, which through the United Nations aim a success, and through our own little ways in whatever way we can. I pass over the session to Swati.
Thank you, ma'am. Please mute your audio. A lot of this. Our first speaker for today, Shri B.V. Subbarao Garu. Now, I would like to talk a few words about him. 40 years plus of experience and consultation, project management in the areas of rural, urban, and industrial areas, watersheds, groundwater management, and climate change. Strong cross-structural and cross-sectoral experience in conceptualizing and developing partnerships in the public-private partnership space, identifying and developing alliances and partnerships with Central Groundwater Board, GOI, NGOs, CBOs, government departments, R&D institutions, and international development agencies. His international work experience include academic institutions of the Netherlands, Germany, and Ministry of Infrastructure and Economy, Ivory Coast, West Africa, and Nigeria. His subject matter experts are integrated water resource management, urban lake ecosystems, climate change, clean technology, and livelihood development. Now, I would request B.V. Subbarao Garu to please address the session. Over to you, sir. Harini, can you please check with sir?
I would like to also mention here the DRT SPR channel, which is headed by Dr. Tangila Shivaprasad Reddy, is also part of this webinar. They have this aim of making, for a good cause, people who fight for a good cause, people who stand for a good cause, they make sure that it reaches out to a larger audience globally. So I thank the channel head for taking this initiative and making it live to a bigger audience. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, madam, most welcome. This is being beamed live
Yeah,
through
I
YouTube
know.
and
The
Facebook
DRT
also.
SVCA channel is making it live globally.
Yep.
So it is a very good initiative, and I know you have been very busy throughout. Every day, even a Sunday, you are not free. So that is a very good initiative. We'll join hands, and I think we can go ahead and make it much more meaningful.
Nothing like it, madam. But I'd like to thank Raj Reddy Garu, whose efforts, untiring efforts.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
that
He will join towards a little late. I think
Okay.
Raji Reddy sir has not yet joined.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
He
he will join
motivates
in
us.
the evening. Yes.
Such an important topic, and Vani madam, we all know her. Such a subtle character, such a wonderful
yes.
college. I was there part of the inauguration, and you representing it in a much better way.
This year is also our Silver Jubilee event. It is a year-long event. So we are this webinar, though we have started 2 years back, but our Silver Jubilee also coincides this year.
Nothing like it, madam. As and when there is any program, you just let me know, because our channel's main goals are health, education, environment. In that you have food and agriculture, and then legal education. So you are most welcome, madam.
Is Mr. Subbarao is joining?
Yes, sir. He has some. Give us a couple of minutes.
Good morning, audience. This is Raj Reddy. I'm the Director, National Academy of Construction.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I think this on
the speaker was having some.
So all the participants are requested to take the information, and this is most important session for all of you, because we are at the 6th mass extinction, and we never know where we will be ending, because every drop in the sinking boat is important. And B.V. Subbarao is most experienced person, and he is working as a director for climate change, SK Engineer Staff College of India. And just to cover until he comes, we are the most dangerous species on the earth, the humans, because there are million species, and we are the most dangerous. So we have a responsibility towards the nature, and the cities are the habitats for the human beings, but other habitats also equally important, because the beginning of the world started from different species other than human beings, and the human beings are the last evolved persons, but that behaving most worst. The habitats around the world are beginning to shift, shrink, melt, and even disappear entirely from the climate change. The intense storms can destroy the nesting trees, the drowning animals, the spread of invasive species, and damage aquatic ecosystems. The unusual heats, droughts, and the plants are drying up, and animals are vanishing. So this is because of the human extinction, the human interference. The climate change will alter the habitats in number of ways. Some habitats will be directly affected. For example, the coastal mid-share habitats are likely to floods and may be lost as sea levels rise. The more often the climate change will alter the intricate ecological balance that let the plants and the animals grow and thrive. The habitats may change over time due to natural and man-made influences. Natural influences include the seasonal changes, the droughts, the floods, the natural succession. The man-made influences include conversions of land from forest to farms, development, and pollutions. Essentially, the most important for the viable habitats are food, water, cover, space, and arrangements. The space is the land where, the architects design and the arrangements of the architects who made the places livable. So it is called resilient cities or livable cities. We are calling today as the World Cities Day. So it is most important. It is we, as a trace, we trace the land, we trace the plan, and we design and we build. And so we are the reasons, we are the seasons, and we are the everything for intense making it livable or making it non-livable. So living in harmony with all the other elements of the planet is called a harmonious life, and that is most important, for us to continue on this earth. As a climate change worsens, the dangerous weather events become more frequent or severe. We can see in America the tornadoes and hurricanes unpredictably, they are destroying. So the change in the local environmental conditions which particular organism lives, the habitats can change and occur naturally through droughts, disease, fire, and mudslides, volcanoes, earthquakes, and also seasonal temperature variations are happening. Now in the winter, we are feeling suffocated with the heat, so we are using air conditioning and fans. So that is also the reason for our unplanned development. So I request all the architects to take care of, designing planning the designs, executing the plans, and incorporating the green cover, and planning their spaces is most important. And at the same time, you need to concentrate on the agriculture, the designing of the roads, whereby if there is a stream going, you should never destroy the stream. You can use a culvert. They keep the natural stream as it is. That is most important. Otherwise, you will encounter a lot of floods like we are encountering in Hyderabad. So the cities are unplanned cities now is the most vulnerable place. I know the places are vulnerable only for the people, those who cannot afford, those who are in slum areas. The poorest of the poor are the most sufferers. They are the least, the climate change, the people, those who are contributing, they are not contributing at all, but the people, those who are rich are contributing, the poor are affecting. So anyhow, the effects of urbanization, the cities are making the climate worst, from the bad to worst. The global warming likely to reach 1.5 degrees centigrade between 2030 to 2052, as the scientists are saying, COP26. Now we are conducting the starting from today till 12th of November. Every day there is a chapter. So you can also write it to the UN if you have an idea how to decrease the climate, how to stop the climate change, and how to stop the carbon emissions. And ourselves, we have to ensure that we follow to reduce the carbon footprints, because the change starts from us. We must be a change agent for any change. So despite of these risks, many cities have not yet addressed climate change. So the young architects, the practicing architects, and others are requested to adopt your climate change mitigation instead of adaptation. You use mitigation policies. The reasons to include a lack of relevant city policies, then action plan, the existence regulations and urban planning and environment which have not been adjusted to manage the climate change. Instead of you adapting to the the regulations, you bribe an officers and implement it. So that is, you're hanging yourself. So don't do that. The slow response to climate disasters due to lack of capacity and resources is also one of the most important aspect, because we are not ready. The climate is doing its duty, but we are not doing our duty the way we must do. The lack of public awareness. So we have to bring public awareness because we are the initiators. We must do that. The climate variability and climate change induced hazard mitigation is most important at this juncture. And I'm just covering Dr. B.V. Subbarao Garu. Anyhow, I hope he joined.
Actually, no, sir. He's having some network issues from.
Okay, but if he has any network issues, ask him to connect through phone. You know, he can talk on phone. You can switch on the speaker and he can speak.
Yes, sir.
Voice can be
That's
audible.
fine.
Yeah, that you can try. And anyhow, it's a good initiative. The SVCA is doing the encouragement of Vani madam as well as Kamni Singh. The principal. She is most very active, and she is encouraging the students as well as the architects to participate. And every alternative month we are conducting these webinars, and I hope this will enlighten the good architectural souls, and I hope we will start the change from ourselves. Thank you very much, and you have a great lectures, and at the end of the session, you all will be issued a certificate. Thank you very much. Swati, you please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience caused to the participants. Just give us a couple of minutes. We'll be back.
So meanwhile, she is making arrangements to reach B.V. Subbarao Garu, and I am also associated with the Earth Center. The Earth Center is established in Anamaspalli in Kadtal, where there is a pyramid, and it is a center of excellence for making the global leaders. The Earth Center is a part of Council for Green Revolution, which is established 11 years ago. And they planted around 37 lakhs of trees across both states, and they are also working on the Eastern Ghats, and they have done a research expedition for 8 years and produced a book on the environment outlook of Eastern Ghats, because the Eastern Ghats are representative of other Ghats, because we have mountain deals across the globe, because the mountains are called as the fountains of water. So if you remove the mountains, if the mountains are encroached by the miners and all, so you will have a drought. So the climate change also starts from there. So that is where they worked, and they are also working with the village, greening the villages and adopting the schools. They adopted around more than 20,000 schools across the both states, and so the Haritaharam, which the government adopted, is their initiative, and this Raitu Vedikalu, the what you call the farmer centers, which where you can store your seed banks, and what we call regaining the traditional the wisdom of the farmers, which is most important, and is the initiative of CGR. And the CGR is having most intelligent people, around 200 across the globe. They are working on the various subjects of climate change, environment, earth leadership, and agriculture, then the pesticides free nation. In fact, some of them are working with the United Nations, some of them working with World Bank, some of them are working with state government as well as central government departments, and so it will be most useful to join hands with the CGR. The SVCA will get benefit from them. So in fact, you can have a out of box thinking, whereby you can relax yourself. The center is located in the foothills of the Eastern Ghats of the forest called Nalamala, whereby you also have a meditation center, whereby around 50,000 people can sit one time and do meditation. So you will be in the lap of the nature, so that's why you can regain your energy. And we have some programs designed called the Geo Spirit Day. The Geo Spirit Day is like you will be sitting in the lap of nature. You relax yourself in the nature, and then you can you can realize your goals by committing yourself to the universal mind or universal energy. Instead of you're committing to fellow being or committing to your teacher, committing to your parents, you're committing to yourself. You are connecting with the nature. You are connecting with the universal mind or universal energy, whereby you can trap your potential. So that is where you can gain. That is also important. And also it is important in life to know your roots, important to know your basics in the mind, where the mind is without fear, and that is when you will grow well, and you evolve yourself. And we wanted to develop the citizens, not just the citizens of Hyderabad or citizens of India. You must become a global citizens. The competition is not between the 130 crores. The competition between the global, because now the world, the globe become a world. Vasudhaiva Kutumbam, so one family. So you are competing with the total world. So instead of just drawing a boundaries, you are now bridging. You are building the bridges between the people, between the states, between the nations, and across the globe. So you can connect the globe with the people across the globe. So that is also possible through the Earth Center. And we can also establish a student chapter in SVCA, the Earth Center student chapter, whereby student exchanges can happen. We can have a student rings. We can have a student parliament. Instead, in fact, we can have a student parliament whereby we can take decisions. We can make some policies, green policies. We can make urban policies, a model urban policies, whereby we can send them across the globe. We can propose to the United Nations other climate related issues and all. So in fact, the World Resource Institute, there are many institutes, whereby you can connect through them, instead of one of Hyderabad's person who has written a note to the World Resource Institute. It was published. So you can also connect with the global leaders. Swati, is it connection through? Still you're working on it?
Sir, he's having some issue. We are starting with 5 minutes.
Okay. So no problem. I will cover it. If whenever he is ready, let me know, please. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, sir.
So let us discuss about, it is your there is an impact studied by the World Resource Institute. Let me take up, because we are in Hyderabad, an impact in investing in mobility enterprise in Hyderabad, because the city development, the mobility is important, because we are struggling to get through the traffics, and we are struggling to get through most of the problems. So we have a population more than 10 million in Hyderabad city, whereby 5 million vehicles are there. Instead, in fact, there are 10 million vehicles, but 5 million vehicles are moving on the streets. So see, the 50% of the population having the cars, while the city has traditionally been served by the range of public transport and informal options. The rapid expansion of the city and a growing reliance on the private mobilized transportation have led to increased traffic congestions in Hyderabad. That is how it is emitting. So Hyderabad is the most emitting place, a chronic under the city bus fleet, and there are restrictions on the number of Parasite vehicles, auto rickshaws in the city have reduced access to urban residents who do not own the personal vehicle. Though we have a mass transport by metro, but the metro is becoming very expensive. It's not a mass transport. We are calling as a class transport. So the when you go by bus, it is costing you around 20 rupees. But if you use a metro, it is costing you 40 rupees for a 12 kilometers of journey. So that is also becoming very problematic for the people. So that is why there is always a chance of mobility enterprise in Hyderabad. So the future will be electronic vehicle will come. So the users are not experiencing well. So there must be shared mobility. The people should start sharing the vehicles and using the resources in a systematic way, in a what we call responsible way. So instead of going one person, the car can be shared among 2-3 people or maximum extent. So that is also we should encourage even a college or a university or an engineer. An employer should encourage people to ride, share the ride, and when they share it, you must give them some tax exemptions for them who are sharing. So that is also important. And one more important thing is parking is a big problem. And instead of bringing your own vehicle, you can have a way, drive and leave way type vehicles are encouraged in the future. So Hyderabad will future will become an enterprise capital whereby a driverless cars will come. So you use the car and you leave where it is, wherever you reach, and then some other person, whoever wanted to take that car, he can take away. So that is going to be there in the future. So there are the another solution called D3M solutions, that is divided into insights for business and insights for city administration. So this is typically provide solutions for private sector clients and corporate employees transportation. The GPS based vehicles tracking and fleet management solutions will be adopted, whereby you can see where your vehicle is. If there is a vehicle reaching your place, you can actually come out of the street and then you can stop the vehicle and then come together with that person. So that is also under the progress. The early stages of this software as a service solution is they are planning. So it is a dynamic traffic signal management system is also under progress. The traffic police are wanted to incorporate that, and their plannings are underway. So while another user machine learning and computer version techniques to tackle the road safety is also underway. So if any of you are interested, you can also start the EV services. In the future, you will have electric vehicles charging points, and there is also an option for you to have a business in the future, enterprise in the future. So I request all the architects now look research on the EV vehicle stoppages, EV vehicle parkings, EV vehicle other charging points and all you need to design. And so that is one of the Hyderabad's impact on the investment on the mobility. So the people will come across the globe to invest in Hyderabad to tackle the climate change. In fact, there was a bad experience yesterday. I started from NAC coming towards my home, and the total distance between my home and NAC is 6 kilometers. But it took for me to reach home 3.5 hours. So I assume what is the implications of the using a car, and that is the most vulnerable situation in the city. So it will go vast. So we have to change the planning regulations, or it might be in the future it might be a congestion. We if we have to put a congestion, we should put a congestion whereby some of the areas are restricted to enter, so you have to pay to enter the other places. So that will also come, like London. You have the London, they divided the city into 7 zones: zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, zone 4, so up to 7 zones. And first zone and second zone are most congested places, whereby you need to pay 30 pounds a day to enter into the that zone. So through your vehicle. So instead of going by vehicle, because if you travel by train, it will cost you 5 pounds. So people normally use a public transport because the congestion is 4 days charge. So they obviously automatically leave the vehicle at home and go by car or go by train or metro or tube. They call tube. They use that tube. So the congestion obviously comes down. Sometimes the 5 people will go together, share the car, and they will also share the congestion. The congestion, 20 pounds divided by 5, so it is a 4 pounds. So it is cheaper than going by metro if you use a car share, even after paying the congestion charge. So kind of restrictions are required to mitigate the traffic jams and all. So the mobility is important to be designed. Your transportation planning, how your radial roads, how you are planning round roads, radial roads, what kind of transport you are adopting into the city development is most important. So because it is connected with health, stress, because when you get stuck in a traffic, you are getting late to your job or to your office or your college, it will induce stress in you, and that is health issue and also safety issue, because when you get late, the city is not safer, so you can have any problem. And then obviously you are causing when you spend a lot of time on the road, you will cause a lot of problems of pollution, because you emit the fossil fuel, you burn the fossil fuel, the smoke comes out, so that is also causing the problems. So the goal number 9 of the sustainable development goals really talks about resilient and inclusive infrastructure, and the goal number 11 really comes to us as an architect is called make cities inclusive, safe, resilient and sustainable. By 2030, providing access to safe, affordable and accessible and sustainable transport systems for all, notably by expanding the public transport with special attention to the needs of those vulnerable solutions, and also providing reducing environmental impacts on the cities, particularly in the areas of air quality and waste management is in the agenda. So we need to work on that. The bike pedestrian infrastructure that is safe, complete and integrate with the mass transport is important, because see, most of the people likes to go using the metro, but how to reach a metro when you bring a car, so where to park it, and how to bring it when you bring a vehicle, what is the safety of that motorbike and all is important. So that is also not there, because there is no reversal what you call planning. If you take the tube or the transport for London, TFL, so is it sorted out?
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Subbarao sir has joined the meeting.
Fantastic. Thank you, and thank you for listening to me. Have a great day and all the best. Thank you.
Very good morning, sir. Sir, I would just like to talk a few words about our first speaker for today. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, participants. 40 plus years of consultations and project management experience in the areas of rural, urban and industrial areas, watersheds, groundwater management and climate change. Strong cross-structural and cross-sectoral experience in conceptualizing and developing partnerships in the public private partnership space, identifying and developing and partnerships with Central Groundwater Board, GOI, NGOs, CBOs, government departments, R&D institutions, and international development agencies. His international work experience include academic institutions of the Netherlands and Germany and Ministry of Infrastructure and Economy, Ivory Coast, West Africa and Nigeria. Subject matter experts include integrated water resource management, urban lake ecosystems, climate change, clean technologies, and livelihood developments. Now, I would request Shri B.V. Subbarao Garu to please address the session. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are on mute. Subbarao, sir, you are on mute. Please unmute your call and. Sir, we can't hear you, sir. You are on mute. Harini, please unmute the call.
You please mute all and unmute Subbarao Garu.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and I deeply regret for the delay because of the technical problems I was facing. But anyway, without losing much time, I thank the organizers for inviting me to speak. I think I'm addressing most of the faculty and the students here. Today, I would like to go on fundamental aspects of, where things are going wrong in urban planning and how it is impacting not only the quality of life, but it's pulling down the economy of the urban areas, quality of the life. Today is the World Cities Day. So long back we were talking of Earth Day, Environment Day, and all days have gone, and today we are talking of World Cities Day. It's interestingly, today is the birthday of Secunderabad city. So it is on this date, His Highness Nizam has transferred the Secunderabad zone and declared it Secunderabad and then the cantonment and all. And yesterday, it all started on the climate change. See, the most important thing is why we are talking on world, cities and, established a dedicated day on world cities. If you look into all the, UN international days and world days, all these days make us to remember the damage done to either to the ecosystems or to the endangered animals, like World Water Day and Biodiversity Day, and today we are talking of the cities. What exactly is the cities, human civilization, and how it differs from the rural, habitations? And today, why we are talking of cities in the context of the climate change and the disasters. Last 20 years, more than that, we are witnessing more increased frequency and intensity of disasters in the urban areas. Bangalore, Chennai, Calcutta, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Nagpur, Bhubaneswar, Cuttack, you name it. And at the international arena, you have the floods you had in Nashville, in USA 2010, and New York this year, and Europe, France, and the Germany. Today we are hearing, in my childhood and the young days, I was hearing more floods and disasters in the rural areas. Today I am witnessing more in the urban areas. Why? This is most important to understand. You see, what is going wrong with the cities' modern planning? Fundamental thing is there are, I would like to focus on three aspects of it. One is the issues that concern with the cities, sustainability of the cities, and how do we understand in the modern context in relation to climate change. When we look into the issues, there are 8 specific issues. One is there is very poor knowledge at all given circles on what could be the cumulative impact of land use changes on other 4 natural resources. I am yet to come across, some kind of a syllabi even in the planning of the architecture students, and also training institutions which are dedicated to the engineers, not only engineers, government officials, but also to IAS officers, civil services at the Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy of Administration. Nobody talks of it. So it is very important, everybody says anthropogenic activities and then say we are cutting the forest. What we are building, is our activity falling in line with the nature and the forces of the nature? We are not looking at it. So the fundamental thing is there is very little knowledge, say poor knowledge on the cumulative impact of land use changes on the other 4 resources. What are the other 4 resources? It is the space, which is taught mostly in the planning, and air and water quality, and the 4th one is the energy demand. We are creating more energy demand by changing the habitations. We are creating more pollution. Say 35 years back, we were talking of water pollution everywhere, and it was beginning phase. Today, all the metropolitan cities are locked up in air pollution, including national capital Delhi, which is worst damaged. Space, forget about it. You do not have the space. We are not allowing the air to move out of the urban areas. It's moving more horizontally than vertically. And then the water, there is no space for the water to move and join the ocean or the lakes or the rivers. It is the case with Delhi. Water cannot go and reach the Yamuna, and Hyderabad, the lakes. Chennai and Mumbai, it cannot go to the oceans. Then where is the planning lacking? So we need to look into these aspects of it. And
same from sirs. Sir will be joining back in a couple of.
I think there is some problem with his network.
Yes. Thank you. That he coming in.
Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So the third point is, the students, right from the student academic level to the administrative level, we have very little knowledge on the zoning systems of the urban and the country. We change all the zonings in the master plan, which never happens in any other country, particularly in the Europe and the North America. And the most important thing is the urban planning and development departments across the country, they are not equipped with multidisciplinary people. You find one planner and that's it. And rest of all engineers, as if engineers have know everything on geography, okay, spatial systems, demographic systems. Urban planning and development institutions are very ill-equipped in this country, and it is the responsibility of the academic institutions to bring a policy lobby on this. Otherwise, the country will become a big chaos. no inputs at the academic level. That is very unfortunate. And you see, absence of civic infrastructure. And what kind of an urban planning we are doing? You look at all the urban modern plan, Gurgaon, oh, shining city. Noida, what happened to Noida? And for few 5 centimeter rainfall, both these modern areas will get submerged. Same problem with Nagpur, same problem with Navi Bombay, and same problem with Bangalore and Hyderabad. We do not have dedicated stormwater drains, dedicated sewage. Everywhere it is the combined sewage that flow. It is contaminated not only the surface water, but also the seawater. The most important thing is more than 50% of the urbanites, they depend on groundwater. And in the planning, we do not care about the water resources. Any development, even 10 or 1 feet concretization will bring changes on the natural drainage system. We don't teach on that. But thank God, we have some good courses in the architectural college, particularly at the master's level. They are teaching on the drainage system. But we need more geographers who have more knowledge on natural drainage system. So we need to look into these aspects. And the biggest blunder what this country is doing is, we have no vision on the peri-urban. How do we improve? How do we plan for the peri-urban? Which, if not today, tomorrow it will join the urban. Okay, the main. Hyderabad, which started with 52 square kilometer area corporation, today it has 660 square kilometers area, or more than 10 times the area increased. How it increased? It is not because of the urban planning and so-called visionary development. They allowed all sorts of development in the adjoining panchayats. Once the panchayat has, once the panchayat has developed, they declared and they brought under the greater municipal authorities. What kind of a joke is this? Can you create such cities? It's not a strength what we are adding. We do not have any planning for the peri-urban areas. This is an unfortunate thing where we need to look into it. We need to have some vision. The biggest lacuna in the urban planning is, how you upgrade the urban. If once a panchayat or a town reaches a 1 lakh population, it becomes a municipality. Okay? You wait till the population reaches 1 lakh and then start declaring town and then take revenue through the taxes, but you will not have any opportunity to create infrastructure. What kind of it? You are allowing a problem to grow, which you cannot handle it once it becomes an urban. You see, what is urban? 80% of the people depend on the non-agricultural professions. You need to design in a very different way. This is most important. And the second thing is, you see, either the population is the criteria in this country or the revenue. So it makes you blind on planning. There is no visionary planning for the urban development. And for instance, the urban development of Hyderabad, what it does is, it takes some open land, auctions it, makes money, and also gives revenue to the department. That is not the role of planning urban development. We need to look into how we are transforming the peri-urbans into the urban areas. And today, let us see, these are the 8 important issues what I thought before us. One is the poor knowledge on the land, cumulative impact of land use on other systems, space, air, water, and energy. And I wish the students should take, small studies either in the thesis level or at the PhD level. And violation of municipal acts and law, and total, ignorance on buffer zones and zoning systems, and frequent changes of the zoning systems, and illiterate urban planning and development institutions, and no inputs, proper inputs at the academic level, and no coordination and convergence between the architectural colleges and the government. This is very unfortunate. Government should take the help and give research projects to academic institutions. And absence of civic infrastructure, totally absent. Once you lack the vision, you have. And then, just you besiege all the peri-urban and the rural areas, panchayats, into the municipality. Like Noida, what happened? And Gurgaon was a panchayat. Gurgaon was in the rural areas when it developed. So these are the issues what we have before us. So let us look into how these issues create impact on our system. What is the impact? What is that we are today facing because of improper land use? Okay. One thing is, all the cities are developing heat pockets. You have the temperature variance in the cities where you have a lot of heat pockets. Once the heat pocket, forms, it traps the moisture-bearing clouds very quickly. So you see the frequency and intensity of the cloud burst at isolated pockets, which I observed in Hyderabad. Once the cloud burst is in the west of Hyderabad, second day it goes to the east of Hyderabad, then to the south of Hyderabad. So it is the cloud burst, 2 hours, 10 days back we experienced in the east of Hyderabad, Secunderabad particularly, 100 millimeters in 2.5 hours. Do we have the infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure to take care of this? What government talks is, we have to look into the system. Today, whatever little infrastructure we have, or whatever natural systems which taking care of sewage, already they are filled with 70% of the sewage, and where is the space for the rainwater to go and join this? So, the result is, it is flooding the roads, flooding the houses, and the water is not going even after 2 to 3 months, creating epidemics. Even the dengue or COVID-19 is more rampant in the urban areas. Please look into it. Urban areas have become time bombs of the epidemics. Any day, the epidemics may break and the city population can die like mosquitoes. It's a warning. Say almost 9 years back in Secunderabad, because of the contamination of the drinking water where the sewage joined, 24 people died in 6 hours' time. Are we realizing this kind of a threat to the urban? We are only talking and looking and saying, oh, we have a, mega, theaters. I don't know the present theaters and all kinds of things. And, glass facade buildings, IT structures we are talking about. We are not talking about the hidden threats. The public health is threatened in the urban areas. So what kind of a planning we are doing? Are we doing? So the greatest impact is the degradation of the quality of life in cities, threatening the human and other life species to epidemics. We are not equipped to handle such epidemics. We are just going through. We do not have. I tell you, air is polluted, water is polluted, groundwater is polluted. Okay, the impacts. More health problems are coming up, and we do not have open spaces, fresh air giving. How many parks we have protected? How many new parks we have developed? Where is, developing the parks and the governments will say, we have developed urban forestry, 50 kilometers away. No, sir. You have to think of urban watersheds. You have to develop in each watershed the open spaces. If you go back to the earlier historical planning of Hyderabad, unfortunately because of the technical hitch, I could not show you the planned Hyderabad city in 1922 to 44. It was degraded because we had mindless people in the planning and department. The impact is very severe, and the land use change brings immediate changes on the weather conditions. The local weather conditions change so fast. You see, for instance, I am from Hyderabad, so I take liberty to give the example from Hyderabad. So, we go to the lake in the evenings for a fresh air. You cannot go. Last 25 or 30 years, you cannot go because the foul smell emanating sulfur, methane from Hussain Sagar, you cannot sit and enjoy that. Then what kind of things? How we are looking at it? So buffer zones have gone, flooding has increased, concretes, heat pockets, sudden cloudburst, increased frequency of heavy rainfalls, 100 millimeters over 2.5 hours. 100 millimeters for a city like Hyderabad is 1/7 of annual rain. So city is not equipped. Our infrastructure is not equipped. So we need to look into these. How we are experiencing these impacts, and the weather condition changes in the weather conditions. They lead to long-term climatic conditions. Yes, the slow, erratic growth in the urban areas, the pockets, cumulatively creating a change, aggravating today the climate change. Climate change started happening because of the industrial pollution, carbon, and then in the developed countries, and then countries in developing countries because of our erratic, unscientific, unregulated, rapid urban growth. We did not make any attempt to reduce the emissions in the industrial areas. We have increased, there is no public transport system. I tell you, what is the open space per capita in Hyderabad? 0.05 square meters. And please, students and the faculty, note the recommended suggested open space per capita in the country is 20 square meters. A place like Kukutpalli, where for 1 square kilometer, you have 1 lakh population. Just calculate what is the open space available per capita per head. And countries like Japan, Germany, they have they have taken a criteria of 40 square meters per head. And what we say, we legally encourage the encroachments and regularize them through penalties. What is that we are losing? We are losing green spaces for our younger generation, coming generation. It's a shame on our part. I sincerely say, don't get married and don't produce children, because you have no right. You are not able to give a conducive environment and healthy environment, a livable city for them. Create open space which is suggested. Demolish all the encroachments. Very strict. We need to look into the impact of it. How we are not. You see, people have migrated to the cities for a better quality of life. Do we have a criteria for city quality of life today? Is our cities ready for rain? Unfortunately, most of the cities do not have adequate space to take care of the municipal solid waste. Delhi is the classic example where almost, I think now the height of the garbage dump is on par with the Qutub Minar. I can challenge that. Most unscientific dump yard you have in Delhi, our national capital. So we do not have space to take care of all this. We do not have space to create sewage treatment plants. And now we are coming out with fecal treatment plants because we have created too many toilets, public toilets. And we are not taken care of scientific disposal of these discharges. And today, Hyderabad, the urban authorities are planning to set up fecal treatment plants in the lakes. We have already got STPs in the lakes. Okay? How we are killing the open spaces. They are also, just 3 days back I visited a place where they have created cell towers also in the lakes. Is it the way? Where is the law? Are we following? Are we respecting the municipal acts? We respect more Vastu Shastra. I think I suggest architecture colleges, close down all those things and have Vastu Shastra. Because no one is following the bylaws, setbacks, all these things. What nonsense is this in this country? And what kind of an impact we have created? And now the challenges, I think. Challenges before the planners. A place like Gachibowli, where the land value is something like 10 crores and there is no space, can we create a dedicated stormwater drain here? And Gachibowli floods frequently. There are some places. And this is the situation. Other cities are no exception to this. This is happening everywhere. Everybody says, hey, city value has gone up. It is now 5 crores, 10 crores. You cannot even create a single public amenity. I challenge. This is the challenge I am saying. Okay? And today, we are left with no other option but to think on retrofitting strategies and technologies. What kind of a retrofitting technologies, and probably it may demand a retrofitting planning also. I do not know. But you architecture academicians and all, you should ask me this. So we are talking of retrofit. And they say, go for rainwater harvest. I see, when we are saying about rainwater harvesting, unfortunately, this particular state doesn't go for direct collection and storage, which can reduce 30% of the stormwater problems in the city. But it doesn't go as a policy at the government level. It says, it is your individual headache. You go for an percolation pit and do this. No. We must have a scientific calculations, estimations that rainwater harvesting, what type of a rainwater harvesting, in which area. Jubilee Hills and Banjara Hills, they can only go for direct collection and storage. Are we teaching this to the students? How much is a urban micro watershed? You can, harvest the rainwater by direct collection and storage, and reduce the stormwater load on the roads. These are the challenges. It's not that you do your garbage. These are not the issues. So retrofitting strategies, and this year it is declared as the UN declared as the restoration of the damaged ecosystem. Yes, the urban ecosystems are totally damaged. Urban biomes, this is another subject which you have to look into it. So how do we restore back the urban ecology? What kind of a planning is required at the micro level and at the individual level? And what are the things we have to take? So we have clear issues before us, and the impact because of these issues we have already narrated. And the challenges are, how do we create a retrofitting? And without looking into and restoration policies, the governments are more eager to make money and, ring outer. They said the promoting the development beyond the outer ring road will ease the pressure on the inners. I am seeing the business in the inner circle and as well as outer circle. Okay. Now regional ring roads. Who is making money and who is amassing all the resources of this state, all the resources of this country. This is the same trend everywhere around the metropolitans. We are killing the quality of life. My humble suggestion is the students of planning and architecture, please look, how do you fix the quality of life and then start planning it. Our planning must be, if you plan for a common man, the maximum users, the other things will take care of it. This country cannot have the copycat system of following the Europe and North America. Because more than 40 to 45% we have the people poor under the poverty line. And we have almost 60% who depend on the public transport system and pedestrian paths. Are we designing our roads to this? We are designing our roads to 2% of the vehicular population, not to the maximum user. The planning has to focus on how do you accommodate the maximum user, the largest stakeholder. You have to incorporate and integrate the stakeholders' utilization of any resource, be it a footpath or be it an open space. Today you do not have the playgrounds in the areas required in the lower middle class areas, where they cannot go to Gachibowli all the way, spending 100 to 200 rupees and to get trained. And how many, Berlin, way back I was, in 70s, I was looking into the reports of the sports magazines and all. Berlin had almost 30 swimming pools. We have only 4 or 5 swimming pools, government established. For a population of 1 crore, what nonsense is this? Huh? We are not creating. Where are the open paths? We have to create open paths on scientific basis. How the wind is moving, how the air pollution has to be, controlled, absorbed, and how you can create facilities for the people who deserve it. More public parks, okay, I understand in the Jubilee Hills, but they don't use it. I will give it in return. We need more open spaces in the public grounds in areas around the slum areas, poor areas, and lower and middle class areas. Please look into these plannings. Today, the urban planning is aggravating the climate change and local weather conditions, degrading the quality of the life, and inflating the cost of living. I brought petrol for 90 paise a liter. Today, it is 120 rupees. It will kill the mobility because we do not have the public. So energy resources we are abusing through the personalized vehicle systems. We need to create more public transport systems. We need to create more green buildings. How do we use the retrofitting technique, both architecturally and engineeringly? This is most challenge. And the greatest thing is this city has all kinds of institutions, including green building institutions. But my friends in the green building, they only focus on the 5-star and 3-star hotels, not the middle class people. They do not give any advices to the housing, poor housing, on how do we build the poor housing through a green technology. These are the challenges before us. We have to we have to reorient ourselves in our academics, and action researches, and collaborate more with the institutions who are working, like CDI and other institutions. And the students have to gear up for the challenges before us to address the issues and minimize the impact. Think more about the adaptive strategies and integrate this to long-term mitigation. And let us make the cities livable cities. Thank you so much. Today you have very good speakers, Mr. Rajneesh, who is talking on the sustainable buildings from the CSC, and Sugit Grover, again from the CSC, he is talking on the sustainable buildings and habitat program. Okay? And then you have Srinivas Murthy. The most important, what I feel, is a design concept, design for environment. We are not designing our cities, our housing, our activities to fall in line with the tropical climatic conditions and the local geomorphological conditions. We are working everything. Our designing systems, we are copycats. I know, I'm sorry to say, I regret to say that some of the architectural firms I have seen, hey, get back those, what is the layout at 10,000 square meters? Okay, we have done 10 years back that, get that plan and, fit it. That's it. You do not work in anything. No need to think on the local specific conditions. Unfortunate, but don't follow that. Okay? You have very good speakers. I thought as an opening the debate, I thought, I should give the fundamentals of it, why we are talking on the cities today, and how this erratic and unscientific rapid growth is not only killing the local weather conditions, and also creating a pressure on the resources, water, air, space, and energy, and how cumulatively this is impacting on the quality of life, threatening the city's habitations from epidemics. We need to look into all these things, and then the cost of living. Unfortunately, I may say that our cities now are moving towards the South American cities, like Brazil, where you have more than 1 lakh street children. And this situation, sooner or later, we may find in Hyderabad. You will push majority of the poor people for criminal activities. The irregulated rapid growth of the city, and which is also creating, enmassing the money and the resources to 5% to 10% of the city habit, people, is a threatening to the social harmony of the cities. We need to look into these aspects in the planning, designing, and development of the cities. This is most important. And thank you so much once again, Kapila, Shraddha. Thank you for bearing with me on. I will share my PPT so that you can circulate it to the students and the faculty by tomorrow once I'm back at home. Okay? And I thank my good friend Dr. Raj Reddy, who always pushes me to such conferences. And thank you so much. Any questions, I'm available for. Please. Thank you so much. I congratulate the management of Sri Venkateswara Architecture College for, bringing these aspects of it. And I suggest that the college should encourage the students to go on local areas, identify the issues, and take up such thesis works. I had the opportunity of guiding architectural students, and this year I had the student from Madhya Pradesh. She did work on the Gachbowli lakes, one micro watershed, urban micro watershed. So we need to look into more opportunities working on the local issues and come out with some kind of a planning solutions and place before the government. This is most important. We need to say that our students are contributing towards betterment of the city. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So forward the questions through the email, sir, from the participants.
Okay, you send the email, on questions and all. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Sir,
Hello? Hello?
thank you so much for the session. We will put the question. Email, sir. We will send it to your email.
Okay, no problem. I'm sorry that I will not be able to participate in Rajneesh presentation, but I will try to rejoin post lunch session. Thank you so much, Master. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Harni, can we start with the second session?
Yeah, we can. If you allow, I'm okay to, if there's no break.
Yeah. Now I would take the privilege to interview about our second speaker, Rajneesh Seringar. He works as a program director for Sustainable Habitat Program with the Science and Environment. He is a leading programmer, rural research advocacy initiatives on sustainable urbanization, with efficiency and low impact, has a work experience of more than 3 years on sustainability in the built environment. He was associated with various national and multilateral agencies such as the British High Commission, American Embassy for the Nature. He is an urban and environmental planner, project planning of architecture, New Delhi, and IEMA certified environment.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
I'm audible, and it's okay. I can start with my presentation.
Yes, fine. You can start the session.
So is the presentation visible to all of you? The first slide, which I have just shared. Hello. Somebody needs to confirm on this to me. Hello. Okay, so now it's coming. The slides are showing up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect.
Now it is.
Perfect. Thank you. And
We can see.
you can see. Okay. Perfect. So, good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Rajneesh, and I've been briefly introduced to all of you. And in fact, I'm plugged in since the session started. And it was wonderful to hear that. And unfortunately or fortunately, the lot of content between the speaker number one and what I'm going to speak is totally matching. Because the reason is not that we don't have a different flavor. The reason is the apathy, the concerns, the issues, they are common and certain. And that's why you will find that whatever the speaker number one has spoken, second will speak, third and fourth will almost there will be a lot of overlaps which will come from. The reason is primarily that the facts which has been presented to you in the presentation number one is primarily all are certainly and totally I agree with that everything inch by inch is something which we need to look in, and there are concerns, there are issues with regard to sustainability and how our cities are developing. See, we have been in the colleges we study, we understand that there is a concept where we clearly say that cities are like human beings, right? So, for example, cities are like human beings. The winter season is about to set in. And the moment the winter will set in, we know that there are cough and colds will happen. And similarly, the cough and cold is also going to catch to my city here. And the whole city is going to start having an issue and concern with regard to it. So similarly, when the concerns like the monsoon comes and all, we feel the rain. Similarly, the city also feels the rain. So whenever we design the city, whenever the concerns like sustainability and all, you don't need to bring in sustainability until unless you feel the demand of the city or how the city is going to function and what are the requirements. So it's typically you need to consider your city as one of your human beings needs requirements. So it requires to eat, it requires to flush out. Like for example, the way we flush it out in our toilet systems, the city also needs to be flushed out properly, both from the liquid, solid, as well as the air pollutions which are there. So functionally, if you understand and the concept of how a human functions and the needs and requirements of humans are clear to you, similarly, when you touch across to the city, with the same apathy and sympathy which you have towards yourself, if you start designing the city, the things will become perfect. So let's start then when this concept of trade-off or something like this started. Like for example, many years back, somewhere around 5,000 years back, when the Varaha Purana was being made. So there, a clear concept was given to us that whosoever plants these number of trees in terms of people, neem, burger, 10 flowering plants, creepers, pomegranate, oranges and mangoes will not go to the head. So that means a description is very much clearly given to you that you need to stay in harmony with them. So one versus almost like 15 or 20 plants or the trees which you require. So that means the concept was very clear. So they may not have broken it down to small bits and pieces, but largely this was the concern which was showing at that time. So this was given to you, right? So similarly, if I look at another book, holy book, which is Bible, here it clearly says that it's the land where I dwell. So the God clearly says that it's the land where I dwell. So do not try to pollute. Do not even attempt to pollute it, right? So that if you go to Holy Quran, there is also clearly written that whosoever plants a tree and diligently look after it until it matures and bear fruits is rewarded. So that means any effort towards sustainability or for sustenance of the ecosystem around you has been well respected in all your holy books, science and all. So let's see that if these concepts, whatever is there in this book is like average 5,000 years and above old, and that means they must have been embedded very well because our country is much more religious than any other country in the world. We work with religion, we work with every aspect of religion around, even like Sir was mentioning, Vastu becomes one of though it becomes an older science with us, but still remains intact with our architectural design and principles with us. Let's see that with this all at least average 5,000 years old information, what is the best knowledge which we have performed, right? So we'll pass this information, move to the concept of what is this sustainability actually means to us. So sustainability, for example, is defined in a very different way when it comes to biology, economy, sociology or environmental ethics. But in planning process, it's clearly it says that it's it's a process of urban revitalization where there is a pursuit of a design science to integrate urbanization and nature preservation. So there is a concept which sustainability, moment it touches across to any of the subject, it changes the nature and the impact or the outcome according to which you plan or you would like the desire of things to come. So for example, if I take a very simple terms to make you understand, okay, what is sustainability? So let's see if there's 1,000 rupees, you put it to the bank, 8% comes as interest to you. So the expenditure should be somewhere around 80 rupees a year. But unfortunately, what is happening is our expenditures are going beyond that 80 rupees. The moment you cross that 80 rupees benchmark of interest, which is Earth will be able to give it back to you, you start eating from the capital of the Earth. So there is one terminology called Earth Overshoot Day. If you try to look at, we fall somewhere on August this year, when the Earth overshoot has happened. So that means your interest or the 8% interest on your capital expenditure of the Earth was exhausted in August, and now whatever 5 months are left where you're going to sustain your life on Earth from the capital resource. So moment that means the next year the capital will be further down and the multiplier or the interest will be further down. So that means the August will become maybe July, June, and similarly there will be a day will come when you will have nothing for as a capital reserve with you, and neither there is any interest. So this is a very basic way of how sustainability and economics works with each other. But we have been fooling ourselves as well as our surrounding by not looking into the requirement, which is important. So what we have done is we understood that, okay, we have done major damages. So now what is happening, this is the future housing which is going to look like. This is the housing on Mars or any other places where our scientists are trying to maybe push you out. Because effectively the Earth will not be able to sustain you for long. Then eventually where you need to rush out from this. You may have to rush out to some other planet, like other places around. But this is what your future habitation look like unless you improve these. This is your current habitation. Now the problem is that 10 or 15, 1:20 ratio or whatever in Gurgaon is totally nil because you don't see any trees. It's all grey matter there. You go to Bengaluru, situation remains the same. It's all grey, which is dominating the complete landscape. Kolkata, similar situation. Hyderabad is also equally your town. If you try to look, if we allow that water body also to be captured and covered, there would not have been a water body by now. We would have a grey over there also, thanks to at least the environmental actions which we do have, and the safeguards which are there, which never allowed that water body to be filled up. Otherwise, the kind of attempt which we have been doing around in our landscape, we have even done with. So let's go to the new once these information are, let's come to the very recent information which is there, the Sustainable Development Goals, which started somewhere few years back. Rather, now it's almost like 5 years back, where we're now looking at that, okay, there are 17 goals of that one, which is very important for us, to sustainable cities and communities. So sustainable cities and communities, what is asking for? It's asking for inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustained. Now, what is inclusive? Inclusive means everybody should be covered. As I was mentioning, that that you need to provide more spaces, parks and open spaces for the people who require it more, like for the lower income group. Similarly, there could be disabled people. There could be any such possibility, eventuality. So any of the group which exists or the stakeholder which in the city exists, you need to make a plan or need to provide a development for it. Safe in terms of like safety when it comes to theft, safety in terms of crime against women, safety in terms of like where you can venture out in the evening the way you want to. So all these safe, and as well as safety with regard to that any disabled person or anybody with differently abled person can travel within your town without getting hampered with any of the difficulties which we currently do. And resilient clearly talks about the climate change impact. So climate change is going to hit us from the two scenarios, which is one is the temperature and another one is the precipitation. So that means our buildings or our environment is going to heat up more, and we will receive more flash floods, or maybe the rainfall patterns are going to be so erratic that you will receive pour downs, extensive pour downs in a single day. So that means your cities need to adapt to it. So sir was mentioning to you that per capita spaces which is required around 20 square meter Government of India recognizes 12, internationally it's 40. Why we require these spaces? Because when you have more open spaces per capita with you, effectively your town can actually fight with it or become much more resilient. Reason is, for example, if you have more flooding or you have more precipitations misbehavior, so what will happen? This water will eventually go into the open spaces, could be channelized into open spaces, and could be arrested there for long, right? So that means you can create those water holding sites, you can do populations, you can do whatever way, but it all depends on that how is the per capita green presence which is there. Secondly, more presence of more green in your towns effectively reduce the heat island effect to great extent. And I don't need to teach you for that. That's where even your books of 5,000 years old average are also speaking the same way that you need to be in harmony. But unfortunately, that balance doesn't exist, right? So currently, the per capita space of the green is not available. And because of that, what you see is neither your town, even the air pollutions are increasing. Reason is because the sequestration power of these plants, which is very good for us, but unfortunately, we do not have a per capita numbers of plants available. So these are some of the things which we need to keep in our mind. Then comes the sustainability. In any case, I've given you the definition. So every aspect or every thoughtful action in a town will eventually lead you towards sustainability. And any action which is not very thought well will effectively be unsustainable today. So these are the key criteria. Let's look at the report. So air quality, for example, average is 10. And an average at which we are operating is around 76. Reasons are very clear. There are more cars and there are more and more cars and there are more and more cars. And you see that the lion's share which is there with the cars to great extent. And if you look at the private and public transport motorized trip comparison, your new town, which is the Chandigarh, which we celebrate a lot, eventually depends on to the public, very less on the public transport and more on to personal. But when you go to Mumbai and Kolkata, you have more penetration of public transport as compared to. But mind it, these two cities are landlocked ones. So for example, Mumbai is a finger plan and Kolkata is a linear plan because of the natural conditions which is used. So they were forced to get onto this track. So is it a thoughtful, if it would have been a thoughtful decision for us, then we should have replicated that into other towns. But we don't see penetration of that thoughtfulness or into any of the new developments which we have. Like for example, Delhi and Hyderabad almost covers at 50-50 or rather closer to 50-50, and still the dominance of public transport is very less and private modes is more. So we need to enhance the share with regard to it. Similarly, solid waste management becomes another important area. 65 million tons of the waste which is being generated. Of that, it's only 12 million which is being treated. The rest is all showing up like this. So you require Hyderabad, Chennai and Mumbai almost together land if you keep on doing the waste management the way we are doing currently. So 54% of the India is water stress. So which is high to extremely high water stress which we have. But on the other end, Mumbai floods, Chennai floods, Delhi floods, Bangalore floods, Jaipur floods, Chandigarh floods, and that's the kind of scenario which is there. So whatever is being asked for, we are development or we are showing in a very different way. Like so it's very clear that somewhere we are missing on to the basic fundamentals or the concerns. Mind it, Chandigarh is the only town which is with water-sensitive urban design and plan. So Chandigarh is a town which has been planned long time. The stormwater drainage is there. Stormwater drainage systems has an embedded percolation or recharge also there. Now where this town went wrong? This town went wrong onto a kind of the way their behavior or the consumption. For example, the water which is being extracted is from the deep tubal, and what is being percolated or what is being recharged is into the shallow end. So sometimes you do have infrastructure and things available with you, but the right practical knowledge is not leading you to the direction or the desired outcome. And unfortunately, in any case, they have a huge water body also, which is Sukna Lake. And Sukhumajri has been one of the very good, important area for people to intervene to understand that how a regional level towns or the regional scale planning is being done, considering a water body is one of the primary things. Chandigarh is like one such example which exists with us. But fortunately, unfortunately, the situation is not bending in the way. So we have 5 climatical zones, and all of us as an architect understand this very well. But unfortunately, we do not give them clothing accordingly. Like for example, human needs to wear appropriate clothes. Like for example, it's a little in between time where summer is ending and winter is coming, and in that temperature, whatever is comfortable for me, I change my clothes accordingly. Moment 15 days down the line, I may have another layer or maybe another layer adding to myself, so that I can shield myself from this cold. But unfortunately, is there flexibility available with our buildings like that? And why the buildings needs to look same from all the 4 sides? Because eventually this is the concern which is there. And glass do not fit as one of the important product, or when it comes to the kind of temperature conditions where the city or the country operates. So, but looking at this, so 5 climatical zones, at least the building should look a little different, because that's how we feel when we go to from one town to another, and we see that the people wearing clothes which they're wearing changes along. But unfortunately, any of these towns like Chandigarh, Gurgaon, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, Bangalore, Noida, all these are in a different climatical zone, but mostly wearing the similar kind of clothes. So that means the third skin is going back to something. So what we've done an interesting analysis of electricity consumption in our town. We all know that human body temperature is a little higher than 30, right? But eventually, if you see that direct correlation of electricity consumption as well as the temperature start becoming very linear from 30 degree on. The reason is that whatever the 3 or 4 degree delta which was available, which my third skin or my building envelope could have actually handled it much better, is not working. So that means your third skin, your building envelopes, with where we were designed, has not going according to. So rather they are trapping more heat rather than releasing or helping us in these situations. So effectively what will happen, there is a complete collapse of complete envelope which has been designed in the town. And from 30 degree onwards, moment the ambient touches, suddenly we start to see the spike of electricity consumption. And this is what analysis we have done on electricity consumption. Mind it, Delhi doesn't have much of an industrial area, and these peaks are more in the night time. So we've seen this kind of peaks coming in the night time as well. So there are analysis which has been done. You can go on CSP website. You will get the links on these analytics also, which you can download and can further your research also. The other thing which has been mentioned by sir in the first lecture as well, that there is a lot of heat trapping which is done. So one is that you have added more gray, there is very less green. The third is, in any case, we are air conditioning, we are displacing the heat from inside the structure to outside. And eventually the person, for example, who is very happy and do not want the air conditioning, is forced to take the air conditioning, because the reason is now he has to not only deal with the heat which is there outside, but he also needs to deal with the heat which you have displaced from your own house into the ambient environment. So your material selections, your envelope selections are poor, your green to gray ratios are poor, and on top of that we are displacing the heat alone. So that means we are making much more warmer or heat pocket which is there in that town. So let's see that, okay, this information remains there, and it tells us that, okay, there is something wrong. Let's see how we're going to correct this. For example, when you start with a project, you have a location, systems review, you need to understand the natural setting, understand that how the landscape changes the color. So what is this color variation which happens? What is this change in the moisture, change in the green which is happening around you before you plug into any of the developments. So this is how our the true sense or requirement of environmental impact assessment, or when you design in harmony or according to the codes and nomenclature, you need to go into each and every philosophy of sustainability. But mind it, people rush through these information. That's why we do not get good development. So once you understood this, for example, they look for that, okay, the concept of topsoil fertility, all these concepts are there, very well written, very well documented. You look into any of the any of the kind of like this environmental parameters which I'm showing. This is what is mandatory for all projects. Like for example, your full tank level. So Hyderabad kind of situation where you have a lot of water bodies with you, you know it very well that what's the buffer and what is the requirement. But still you see how much encroachment of water bodies is happening and are we allowing that to. So reason is that there is a lack of consciousness. So what we are going to do, education or the place where you are right now studying these things, you need to understand that how you're going to change this trend which is there. The trend will only change when you learn the good protocols and ethics which are associated with your design and planning principles, and then you try to push that demand which is going to be there in market. Like for example, responding to typology. So you need to have a good analysis, understanding of a contour analysis. If you not studied contour analysis very perfectly in your college, unfortunately, you're going to be another bad planner or architect in the market. So first, understand that why we are teaching you this. Because primarily, you need to understand where these drainage channels are, where these water bodies are moving. So how you're going to contribute or you're going to make your impact less. Like for example, green design is being talked about. What is this green design all about? It's basically trying to say that, okay, if you are doing a development, try to do that which has the least impact onto the surroundings. So your proposed building is coming, try to cover your trees, preserve your trees which is there, try to see that your waste do not discharge into the outside environment, see that your topsoil is conserved, see that you have taken care of all the waste management and principles along with it. So these concepts are very much clear. I am not going to teach you that, okay, this is required and that is required. So these site controls, for example, the drainage, the erosion control, the sediment controls, the other pollution controls, these are all well established and taught to you. This is how the landscape should look like for your construction. So if you are attempting for a construction, you need to, it's not just the construction which you are doing. It's about you're going to attach to the soil. And the moment you touch the soil, you're going to disturb somebody's habitat. You are in fact creating an impact onto the surroundings as well. So you need to see that my action or every action is very thoughtful. And I know that what I'm doing, and it shows up that, okay, this is the way, and or with the full confidence and professional practice, I'm going to attempt. And this is not just that you think about it at the last stage of it, before you plan your project until you hand it over back to the people. So you need to be sustainable, and as well as you need to ensure your operations also become. Like for example, we see this kind of covering screens which is there all around our project. You know why it's primarily to arrest the dust pollution which is going to come from your site. So you need to see, for example, this particular line which is around all the stored material. This is so that the runoff or the water should not take away your soil into any of the water channels. Right? It's the kind of concept which we have on a hill area. So this is not a very good situation, because effectively whatever you're doing on your site is going to lead to some kind of issues and concerns for the people in the ground. So we are not, like for example, you see that there are a lot of wheel washing facilities and things like those which are being asked. This is primarily to arrest all the air pollution uses. So as an architect, why we need to know? They said, okay, these are something which engineers will know. This is primarily, as an architect, you need to know, because effectively the space provisions and when it's going to. So every stage of your planning of your project, we just plan for the facade as an architect. No, you need to plan for every stage for it. That whenever the project is happening, at every stage, how the environmental sustainability will be taken care. Like generators, for example, if it's not thoughtful, be thoughtful about it. For example, these concepts of that the dust should not come out from my project to great extent. So many smaller issues and concerns. This is what happens on every architectural project. The trees are left over there along with the waste on all the sides. Sometimes we try to give these kind of sketchy things to the public, but sometimes we do these kind of operations. Is this a very good way? This could be a good, better way. This is the excellent way how we can preserve our trees and can make arrangements for it. So you need to see that what is good and bad in life. The moment you understand what is good and bad, you need to see that the decision should not go into the direction that which promotes the bad. It should be your, then why you are required as an architect, or why you are required as a planner over there. So as a planner, as an architect, we are required so that we minimize the impact onto the environment. That's our fundamental duty and responsibility. Like for example, let's take up another area which is about heat island. So you all know about simulations, right? We do shadow analysis. We understand that, okay, these shadow analysis, where are they going to fall? So we clearly know that, okay, there is a heat island effect which is going to be there. Then what are the safeguards? I need to bring in more green. I need to bring more shade. I need to bring in features and in harmony so that I understand. Like, for example, in this particular photograph, I know that the shadow is moving like this. Maybe my pathways are also going to be along with the shadow, so that people remain in a comfort zone while they are taking round, whenever they are approaching the site or whenever they are taking a round of this compound. So all these things need to be well thoughtful, right? Moment you remain thoughtful to your own needs and requirements, mind it automatically nature will also will happen. The first fundamental problem is that we are not very thoughtful to our own needs. Be very thoughtful to your own needs. As a human, you need a shaded environment. Moment you create shade for yourself, it will be shading the earth as well. When moment you say that, okay, trees are required for me, moment you place the tree, it automatically benefit on. If you say that, okay, I'm going to place the solar cell for my energy requirement, very well, go ahead with it, because effectively your earth will be saved from the fossil fuel extraction to grid. So that means every action, so be meaningful to your own self. The moment you become meaningful to your own self, automatically you will find meaning coming from the sustainability aspect automatically. Like, for example, there are various such clauses. I'm not going to take you into each and every clause, but these presentations will be helpful for you to understand, okay, there are clauses, there are concerns which are being asked. Then let's see that what are you doing? Like, for example, rainwater harvesting or groundwater recharge becomes one of the important subjects. So do we understand that, okay, there is something called a water-sensitive urban design and planning, which talks about water and demand, water supply and demand, talks about rainfall, runoff and water harvesting. We just talk about water harvesting. No, it's a big, larger issue which we are talking about. So localized water resource management, flood mitigation, wastewater recycle and reuse, as well as the demand and supply. So all these elements, moment they join together, automatically the water sensitive design, urban design and planning start appearing. So for example, the concept of percolation to filtration to channelization to storage and use. So this needs to be kept in mind. So where it's going to percolate, it needs to be filtered. From there, it needs to be channelized and then stored and then used. So this is how the broad concept of, so what are these elements? So architecture plays with these elements on a daily basis. Like if you go to Hyderabad airport, you will find that you have swales all around your both the roads, right? But why can't you bring in as into your design and concepts? Why somebody from outside or an architect or a planner from international needs to come and show it to you that this is how you're going to deal with it, right? So effectively, there are so many principles that accordingly, moment I become water sensitive and I know that these are my requirements and I am true and honestly trying to deal with my requirement on my side with best of the knowledge which is available. So moment I become true to myself, automatically I'll become true to the nature, because we say that God lies in me, right? So if there is a God which lies in me, so let me be selfish about me. Automatically it will serve the God purpose. So be selfish. At least be selfish to your own requirements. Plan out your requirements with your own resources. Do not think about that municipal corporation will give it to you. Do not think about that this is a provision which I'll get it from there. No. Try to see that you are more sustainable. Like for example, you know that you have insurance, still you save money, right? Why you do that? Because you know that sometimes if it comes off, this is an alternative which is much in my control. But when it comes to your development, you do not do that my control mechanism. You always depend on what is given. So for example, the demand management, be it the fixture, fittings, the design principles and all, just try to bring in those things. So for example, the nomenclature clearly says that 5,000 square meter, you require one bore long. So that's the minimum requirement. How are you going to enhance this, right? For example, the minimum requirement says that 5,000 square meter built up area, you need to have one recharge and the main supply water and the recharge should not be connected because the contamination will flow from one to sewer treatment plant. Human body has been designed with 2-pipe system, but moment it comes to your development, you don't want 2-pipe system. Why is it so? Because you imagine that if your 2 pipes are clubbed together in your human body, the gray and black start getting mixed up in your own body. What will happen? The issues will be much more larger on the health. But when it comes to your development, you just want to play around with it. You don't want the gray and black to be segregated. Mind it, please, source segregation is the one, the first you segregate, then you treat, it will automatically will bring down the cost to the great extent. So, but the problem with us is like that cost is external. Arey, mujhko kya karna hai? That sewer treatment plant is being run by the town. So start forgetting about there is a town infrastructure which is there around. Once you start thinking that there is nothing outside, I have to take care of everything which is there coming out from my development, then automatically the things will start shaping up in a much better way. 27% of the STPs, total volume of the waste which are generated, only 27% is being treated. And the effectiveness of the treatment is also not very well established. Now imagine, on one end, this is a scenario, and then we go to river, itna pollution ho rakha hai river mein, pani jab peene layak bhi nahi raha, nahane layak bhi nahi rahe. It will not be like this. The reason is because you are the one who has never been like this. So you need to bring back to thinking that I don't need this 27% also. I need to bring my development on the side which is much more sustainable, can take care of its own loads and capacities which is around. So once I am very well established, thoughtful about these requirements, automatically things will start shaping up. Like for example, we have been thinking about this linear model. These linear models have never worked for us. We need to think about something called a circular model or circular economy, which we are talking. So cradle to cradle. When I was there in the college 20 odd years back, or when I joined the college around 25 years back, so the model was cradle to grave. But this is not the syllabus for you. Cradle to grave was a poor, unscientific method by which we worked in last 25 years and we failed. Now the method has to be circular economy, means cradle to cradle. You bring back the things within the circular economy. Why I need to pump it that far off and then take the water from that far off again back onto my side? I'm such a stupid. Then and largely I'm thinking, oh, there is a municipal corporation or there is a resource which is available and will provide me. No, nobody is going to provide you. You need to maintain your things right over there onto your site. Like for example, decentralized wastewater treatment. Things that I do not have STP around in my town, and I'm going to take care of whatever is available. Like for example, the conventional, just tear them apart. Do not follow that fragmented approach, linear urban water cycle, which increase demand. Like for example, for solid to move along, we have the 135 LPCD of water with requirements. Because that solid, that shit will not flow, will not move. Because of that, the engineers needed that 135 and that becomes your standard of water. And we justified that 135, saying that here is zero. But you don't need 135. There are projects which are running at 50, 60 as well. But unfortunately, there will not be enough water to move that shit. So yeah, I don't need to move that shit. What I can do is I can close that loop within my own site and I don't need anybody. Like for example, nature waste treatment systems are there. Architects are using this. And for example, what it shows up on the surface, it shows all these things are underground. What shows up is a planted gravel. Imagine, and as well as maybe a water body. So what you need plants, you need water, and your projects automatically will have a much more buy-in. Rest of the products in any case are underground. Like for example, circular, anaerobic baffle reactor, or anaerobic filter. All these go underground into your basement hole. And even this planted gravel could be made at 2-layer or 3-layer, which can fit into your boundary walls very easily, into those setback zones which you are making. So think creatively, think logically, because moment you have a touch of water, moment you have more green, your project's values automatically start going up. So what I need to do, so for example, if I make a pond, I don't have water, I'm stupid, I'm doing that, right? But there is a water available. That 135 of that 125 is almost the water, right? So I need to bring that 125 back with me. I can create that all these things around into my landscape. Right? So for example, we have our training center which is there in Alwar. So many of the students, teachers, faculties and professionals, they come every year and study all these aspects. So what we have done is we created those nuances of how the water, primary, secondary and tertiary systems move and behave over there. We control those, channelize those, thoughtfully designed. Like for example, in this particular boundary wall, one is a line portion and one is a Gabian one. Reason why is because when the outside and inside levels mark with each other, we allow that even sheet flow to come in. But we do not allow that silt to come in. That's why there is a Gabian channel. But when the level is up and outside is down and we are up, we have those lined ones so that we do not lose our resources out. So these are some of the ways, like water. when you look at the recharge, rainwater harvesting, there are 9 recharge wells as well as 2 storage tanks, which almost like a lakh kind of a kiloliter of water, and twice in a year, the 2 lakh liter of water we store with us, and that's furnish our requirements of water to great extent. We have those decentralized wastewater treatment systems by which we treat our own waste, and this is like many of people who come and attend like CPWD, NVCC and all, they come and take learnings from this. A lot of architects, planners, they come and understand, okay, this is how I can incorporate that into my design and product. So soil biotechnology, which is another wastewater treatment. So we have roughly 3 different kinds of wastewater treatment, which are nature-based ones installed over there, where you pump this back into our flushing requirements, and that's how the systems work and operate over. So you have like 4 pipe systems, which is mandatory now. So having a 4 pipe system and not utilizing, that's a stupid job. Like whatever action we do, we need to monitor also. So there are meters like, for example, piezometer, which is to be designed to look at the recharge which is happening on the groundwater, as well as like water meters, energy meters, and things like that. So we worked onto the water efficient irrigation systems also. So these are some of the requirements. Now, how you can say this is something new which we are talking about? This is something fundamental. This is something which you were required to do. The unfortunate part is that we overlook. Now, you can't go complaining about also in the market saying that I overlooked it, and now nobody goes and says that, oh, there is a lot of pollution because I overlooked it. But people say, yeah, there is a lot of pollution, nobody is doing anything. City government is failing, city government is not doing anything. First of all, because the reason is any of the stakeholder or the entity of the town have not done their primary action with it. So every time we thought that, okay, somebody will take care, somebody will take care, somebody will take care. Be it municipal corporation, be it somebody outside, but I'm not going to take my responsibility share with it. So that's where, like for example, your requirement of air quality and noise. So generators, for example, are required to be 10 meters away or at 3 meters high above the topmost level of the building which you have. Now we know this is a nomenclature, but why we have been shying away from it? So if your project is depending on to diesel genset, first of all, eliminate the diesel genset in your design if you can. If still you have a possibility and you require a diesel genset, then these are the provisions you have to incorporate, because whatever discharge or the air emissions you will do at the ground level will effectively have a ground level concentration for somebody else who's your neighbor. And the mixing house may not be very good, but you have to release it up beyond a height. That's what you need to know and understand. Now you say that mujhko malum nahi, arey tumko nahi, kyun nahi malum? Why you don't know about it? Read the subject which is there around you. Be aware of what is, because it will be shame for me that I go into the design or practice and I do not have a good information and knowledge of the concerns, the nomenclatures, the practices, which and what kind of professional I am in that. So whatever I'm making may be looking nice on a paper, maybe looking nice into the texture, tones and colors and all, but it may not be nice into operation. Solid waste management. 6 rules are there. Solid waste, plastic, hazardous, e-waste, biomedical, C&D. All of them are applicable to your project. But how you're going to incorporate that into your design, that is what which is going to change the game. Wet, dry, where the segregation. Most of these projects do not have such kind of spaces. आपके डिजाइन में फॉर एग्जांपल आप जो कैडी बास्केट डिजाइन करते हैं ना, एक का डिजाइन करते हैं, अरे क्यों करते हैं एक का? फॉर एग्जांपल योर सिंक, फॉर एग्जांपल द मिनिमम एक टब लगा देते हैं, उसके अंडर दैट वन टब यू कांट इवन होल्ड 2 dustbins. So architects do not even know that how much kg which could be hanged on to that whatever the door, which is shutter door which is there. Beyond 8 kg you cannot hang it on to, otherwise what will happen is your hinges will start breaking. So you need to think logically, because effectively everything is the hardware has to be provided by you. The hardware and where this hardware, the space where this hardware will fit in also needs to be provided. 7 to 10 lakh rupees everybody spends average onto the kitchen, but you do not allow that at least the dry and wet waste segregation should happen in the kitchen. What kind of flaw are we creating? We're creating all those, like where were the 20 different kind of spoons, their handling, their drawers, the self-closing, all lights, fixtures, fittings, everything. But the moment it comes to operation side of it, nothing. When it comes to even sink, operationality of the sink, opening of drains, and utilizing nothing as an investment. कर किस पर है? Lipstick surgery पे काम कर रहे हैं. And then we claim ourselves to be an architect. You don't understand what is an architect. Architect is somebody who is now creating, who's like a smaller miniature of a Brahma with us, who's creating. Now Brahma doesn't create Vishnu dekh lega ya Shiva dekh lega. No, you have to create something which is taken care within automatically. The self-assimilative capacity of your design needs to be designed and worked in such a way that the beauty starts coming from this. That's what the true essence of an architect comes. Nahi to kya kare? So for example, 300 grams per capita per day needs to be managed on your site now. So that means your project site needs to be taking care of the waste management also. C&D for example. How many of us we know that how much is the waste arising from C&D on my project? Idea? Nahi hoga. Right? So currently I'm not taking your class, I'm just giving you a webinar and you have a liberty to choose to hear or not, listen or not. But mind it, if I sit down with you and take you this primarily class and ask you, how many of you know about how much is the per capita waste generation of C&D which comes from your live project? None of you will be aware about it. The reason for that is because we have never thought in that direction. Because what will happen is, when you do not think about it, this is what happens. It goes on to the beaches, it go on to any of the water sponges of my town. So water sponges are now choked with your C&D, and then when the water rainfall comes, there's hardly anything for the water body to hold it, because they're already choked. Then you have flooding on the road, but you will complain about the flooding, but you will never take the ownership of this mess which is coming out because of your design and practice. So 40 to 60 kilogram per square meter of the C&D is generated for a new project, and by any chance if you are demolishing and rebuilding, it can go between 300 to 500 kg per square meter. So effectively, there is a huge amount of waste which is being generated. So what you are going to do with this waste? Like for example, when you are tilling the soil, you have some stones coming out. You can use a boundary wall. You can use your sand and other things like whatever the soil which is coming out, ram dust construction. Your broken bars and all, whatever, because you don't get fit to size bar irons and all. You can make doors, you can make railings. Your designs, nobody is going to teach you what you're going to do. But you have to think practically that there are a lot of possibilities. Think there is no waste, there is always a resource around. So if you start thinking in that direction, automatically things will start shaping up in a different fashion. The landscape may not look like this. Landscape may start looking like this. May start looking with a responsibility from you. But unless you have not internalized this, project ki cost mein hoga nahi. Right? So you don't know about it and the project do not know about it, because effectively the person who should be aware about it is not aware about it. So effectively your projects do not look like this because you do not understand there is something called topsoil which nobody can create it so easily. So you remove the topsoil, conserve them, and then you reutilize. Your landscapes fail. With best of the landscape architects around, landscapes do not work and operate because the reason is there is a basic input value. That soil is required, the requisite amount of water, you have to look at where the wind is entering and leaving. The architecture is not only about the color, it's not about the harmony, design and all. That's fine. That is also which will look pleasing to your eyes. But fundamentally for that harmony to operate, or that symphony, whatever you created to operate, you need to have the basic ingredients with it. So basic ingredients go for a toss or a miss, then what will happen? This effectively will generate such kind of scenarios. But you need to be more responsible. You may be more organized. Show it up, right? Maybe having a proper room or spaces also. So this 60% of the organic waste which we have can go into any of these forms and typologies around. How many of you practice that in your own? First, do it yourself at your home. Then try to bring into your project. You will understand that how difficult and easy it is. Then comes the energy. So many things under energy has been asked for. Look at that window shading, temperatures at which we operate. Okay, so we have summer season, we have monsoon season, we have spring and autumn. So our requirements into all these seasons are all going to be different, and every requirement, if not thoughtfully designed very well, will have an impact onto energy to be different. So we have to be thoughtful about it. We need to be more clear about that, how the design is going to be there. Like for example, don't forget this. This is one of the thoughtful designs which we used to have at the time practical for those. requirements, right? But now if you have to create such certain environments which are practical for today's time, you need to be more thoughtful, right? So we keep going back to these buildings and keep celebrating them so far. Imagine architects की आत्मा कितनी प्रसन्न होती होगी, right? So you keep going there to these places, keep celebrating, keep talking about it still after 300, 400, 500 years down the line, right? But when it comes to you creating something like this, we do not have an answer. Like for example, floor plate कितना होना चाहिए depth, for example, where how far the sun can penetrate. We need to have a clear understanding of it. We can't be making those elongated buildings like this. So low rise, high rise or mid rise, the decision is mine, right? So what should be the reality which I want to see around in the world? But हमको तो FIR decide करता है ना, right? FIR मिल रहा तो ले लीजिए, जो मिलता है लीजिए, because that's what FIR comes should call लीजिए, but comes with the responsibility, ना? So take a decisions accordingly. Like Ashok Bilalji architect has done a comparison for you to understand the low rise, medium rise and high rise. Which one will have an issues more with regard? उनका पेपर पढ़िए, आपको समझ में आ जाएगा what exactly should be your thought process in line. So your parameter to area ratio. Very simple. If I have a clear understanding, I know that. Like for example, to create one particular square meter of the room, I can have different shapes, and every different shape has a different parameter. We know in mathematics very well, isn't it? Same square meterage which we require, or the carpet area which we require in the room, will have different parameters in different shapes, right? So if we understand that very well, तो आप सोचिए ना perimeter से कितना कुछ बचा सकते. So if you are thoughtful about it, so you know that I need to provide this much of square meterage, but if I am not thoughtful about the perimeter, effectively your material is more materials, more kinks will have more requirements. So that means we need to think logically from that. So building needs to shade. Building may not require to shade, but at least will be able to provide more sun and penetrations of wind which is required. So all these features are very much written and given to you. So for example, energy efficiency, we do understand that energy efficiency, EPIs and all this, we know that they lit code and codes which are talking about, we know that there should be minimum heat ingress into my structure. How going to make it useful? So there is an ECBC code which is available, which talks about super efficient and ECBC compliant structure, which works on prescriptive and whole building. So all these are taught to you, right? So we know that shade, insulate and ventilate, these three fundamental principles are there in energy conservation building code for residential area. And mind it, you are in Hyderabad, your Hyderabad mass housing projects. So whatever the township which you are coming up may require, or there was already a provision last year which was made under that every such big township needs to have an ECBC compliance with it. So be it commercial or be it residential, whatever it you are making, the larger level of township will have to have an ECBC compliance with it. So how are you going to ensure the compliance if you are not aware about it? Like for example, this guy is doing a ECBC compliance for you. He's putting a shade onto his fenestrations. This guy is also doing the same. This guy is also doing typically the same, but he's not raising his hand, but he's making his fenestration smaller. Even the monkeys understand this very well. This guy comes out in the night and he is allowed to have more glass, right? But we want our buildings to look like this. So similarly, these are some of the photographs which my friend uses, or rather any of my friends who are teaching ECBC, they use that. This is the code requires you to behave like this. But what are we doing? We are behaving our buildings to look like this, more like Reddy, the Bung and bodyguards and all, with more glass footage. Even this kind of structure could also work, where you have shading as well as little glass. Look at these buildings. The one thing is very common. There is no where the blinds are open. All the blinds are down. What are you creating? You're creating a glass mass which nobody is enjoying. Here also, look at this. All these are down. So what is this view are we looking at? So these are our old way of looking at, like, yeah, this may or may not look very suitable to the requirement today. But look at this. This is according to the wind, L-shaped external projection. Do we design like this? No, nothing. A lot of people think that, oh, cooler ke liye banaya. No, it's not like this. Because the wind is hitting you like this and you want to bring in more wind into the structure, you needed these kind of L projections. So projections are not only for shading. Sometimes, many times it's there for your recessed windows and things like that. So we need to bring these harmony and changes into us. We know that solar incidence in the summer times is more onto horizontal, and then after that is east and west. How difficult it is for us to understand this? And similarly, on south, it's more in the south when it comes to winter. So in winter, I need more sun. Rest of the time, I do not need sun. How am I going to shield my building? Maybe east and west, I'm going to pack it accordingly. And have more opening on north and south. Right? So that's what we have been doing into our design and typology. Once you design in nature, courtyard planning, for example, becomes one of the very common principles because it at least gives you shade at 50% of the time. People can enjoy the creations which you created, right? Not only people, even the species can also enjoy the similar fashion. The southern phase, they also understand this is where the sun is. As he is understanding, he is also understanding the same way. So, aapko bahut sara these things Sugit will cover, and I'm not taking you there. What I'll do is maybe we can take I'll bring it back I'll stop sharing from here, and then I bring it back so that we can have little more discussions around these things, and then we'll be able to, you can say, can have little more interaction. Guys, I think we have still 10 minutes at least with us. So let's see that anybody who has any concern and want to discuss about. Moderators need to help me out. People are raising their hands and they want to ask. Maybe I think allow you can open your mic and please ask me the question which you want.
Should I?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, because both are similar. Subbarao-ji, we work in tandem in the name of Hyderabad Democracy Forum, including Mr. Raj Reddy and all. My question to you is, don't you think the erstwhile governments, maybe decade ago or maybe 5 or 6 years till, we used to have government housing boards catering to the needs of economically poorer sections, middle income group and higher income group, and they used to develop in a proper and strategic way the colonies we call. That in one such part of colony I stay, and that is how they try to add all the amenities. It is a pulled in effort. They will bring in public transport and all that much needed greenery. In 1978 we have went for afforestation programs in new Santosh Nagar colony, and then you need you have the other basic structure called, whether it is water or the sewerage lines, in accordance with such planning. Now don't you think because of these housing boards becoming obsolete now, there is no proper urban planning or semi-urban planning, and this is resulting in chaos and being exploited by the unregulated real estates, because now it has become a fashion for everyone to enter into real estates without understanding. And don't you think even the professionals like you, the architecture also is playing a spoiled sport for that, along with the population explosion?
See, I largely understand your question, and the thing is, like, for example, anybody who's coming into the town or maybe living in the town, the what thing which attracts us mostly is the, you can say, the urban form. So the urban form is the one, like, for example, even if you study any of the slum or squatter, how the slums and squatters are formed, they don't form in outskirts. They form within the town and the requirements. The reason why they form. So the reason is, the primarily reason is urban form attracts to the people. But unfortunately, when you start making provision into your zoning, so moment you start formalizing this urban form according to the zoning principles and practices, they are pushed out of the town. Now, moment you are pushed in outskirts of the town, you do not have infrastructure, or the urban form which attracted you totally goes for a miss. And moment you even make provisions for people over there, there's hardly anybody goes and occupies those. So that's how this journey has been there, where these institutions which were very well established in the past are now getting defunct. Reason for that primarily is this: the provisioning, the kind of attraction which is there to the property or of any human is the urban form, and the provision is going according to the zoning or the bylaws, which do not suits into the requirement which is there, which effective. Now, if you look at even what is the current state of all the housing projects, average 25 kilometers away from the city centers which are being. Now imagine this person depends on public transport. There is hardly any public transport which is available. There will be public transport available, but maybe later on, 20 years or 10 years down the line. So until then, what will happen? So there could be infrastructure which could be made, or these properties may become part of a center of the town later on. But currently, there is no such provision which is there. So infrastructure needs to be there before you push people to this. And effectively, we need to understand the kind of strata which is being looked at depends on to public resources much more as compared to any of the townships which has been done. So I totally agree with you. There are concerns, there are issues. That's why the functional relationship as well as the entities have not been making the sense as it used to make 30 years or 40 years in the past.
Another aspect, can I just put it across?
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience with us.
Swati
Sir,
ji.
there is one more question from the participant. Is there any way of quantifying reliance aspects of a building design?
Sorry?
I'll repeat the question once again.
Yeah.
Is there any way of quantifying reliance aspects of a building design?
See, what is reliance? I don't understand this word, reliance.
It's resilience.
Sorry, there's a spelling mistake. It's resilience. Right?
Resilience. See, resilience, for any infrastructure to be resilient, what exactly is a resilient? For example, you buy a car, before you come out from the car showroom, you buy an insurance so that you remain resilient, that you know that accident is going to happen, right? May or may not happen to you, but generally they happen, right? So we know that there is a reality or this eventuality is internalized. The moment that eventuality is internalized, you have a provision for it. Now, what is resilience? So what eventuality you have not realized? Sustainability, for example, is that eventuality or which has not been realized so far. So moment you have resilience will automatically start forming a space into your design and practice. First thing is ensure that you are internalizing. For example, if I know that infrastructure has to be resilient according to what future is going to look like, right? So future we understand, okay, based on the climatical models, more rainfall and more temperatures are going to be there. So as an architect, what I need to do? I need to work on more maybe green, and I need to maybe working on more on envelope practices. I maybe have to do CFD analytics to understand that how the wind hydraulics is behaving in the township which I'm creating, right? So for example, I need thermal comfort for all. So especially ICAP, India Cooling Action Plan, in 2019 ensured that thermal comfort should be there for all, and especially for economical weaker section as well as the lower income. Minimum aapko dena hai, right? So now when you make a provision of thermal comfort, first understand what is this thermal comfort. Thermal comfort, for example, you made a structure and without understanding of the wind hydraulic, what will happen is the wind either strike or it strikes at a much higher pace. So under both the condition, you do not have a wind penetration entering into the structure, because either you will shut the shutter or you will even make it fully open till you do not get the wind presence. So moment your wind hydraulics is not behaving as it should be, so the thermal comfort will be on a toss. That means you are more dependency onto mechanical systems. Now, with this, whatever relationship I'm talking about will only start appearing as a question to you once you internalize that you are going to make your structure more resilient. Similarly, when it comes to water, you have to think about, okay, so this is a reality. Now, for example, when Simla was almost drying up, there was few properties in Simla which has been covered by our down to our YouTube channel in Simla, which were operating fine, because they were the one who were designed with all those practices of rainwater harvesting, thinking that there will be a situation when there will be no water available. So how they're going to design and plan? Like, for example, when I was working in British High Commission or in other embassies, we used to have a contingency plan with us. Like, for example, if there is no water supply for next 10 days, if there is no electricity for next 10 days, how this compound is going to survive? what is that contingency plan which I've created? So what is my dependency, and from where I'm taking those resources? There needs to be well thought and well managed accordingly. So if we have these thoughts in our mind, and those externalities or what we call eventualities are internalized, automatically you become resilient. So the first thing to become resilient is internalize that syllabus with you. So moment that stable is internalized, automatically things will start making.
Thank you, sir. There's one more question from the participant. What role does poverty play in sustainable development?
Poverty.
Yes, sir.
See, poverty, basically, forget about word as a poverty or a lack of any resources, if I say. Lack of any resources will ask you to become more creative. Right? That's where the creativity of the subject of architecture. When you have lesser resources, be it economic, be it, like, for example, who's poor? We talk that people are poor because of the economics. No, forget about it. People are poor because of the infrastructure. We could be poor, or poverty could be there in your localities because of the water, because of any of the infrastructure. So poverty will, if you internalize poverty, you will become much better architect in that. Because now you know that this is something which I am trying to address the situation too. So I do understand. I like this internalization rather than saying that I kept on spending everything and then later on my systems are not adapting to the requirements which are there. So realize that poverty is one of the reality of our towns. We are in a developing nation, and this is a reality which hits us on a face on every time and every project in every requirement. So internalize this. Why you need to create a word called poverty? Always work from the resources perspective, that see that how you're going to internalize this and how creative your designs could be so that this particular word could be eliminated. So make them more dependent on their requirements, or maybe create those ventures and resources for them, that this word, whatever we have, started with it, and once my project is there on the ground, how much of the reduction which has happened in these scenarios. So as my action, my design, are they aggravating these requirements, or they are going to solve this? That becomes one of the important. So that means poverty is not a bad word. Let's internalize this and see that how better we will make designs and respond to these requirements, which are realistically now there with us. Will take a few more years, maybe a few more decades before we move out from this word. But they are there in our dictionary. Try to internalize them and see how well your design can respond.
Thank you, sir. There's one more question. What are the forms of cities or urban design standardization in India?
See, it's, for example, it's a very open-ended question which talks about the forms of cities, and because there are two different tangents are you looking at. So I think maybe you can retype it so that I can get a clear understanding of what is being asked. So there are various, there are compact form of development. There are, like, I've given you certain kind of development which are there. So there is some, sorry?
Sorry to interrupt. He's asking about the norms of the cities. Maybe there's a network issue from my end. My voice is not clear. The question is, what are the norms of the cities or urban design standardization in India?
Norms of the city, so there are norms which is there for the city development and planning. History of human settlement starts, these are the concepts which are being taught to you in your colleges and schools. So there are norms and nomenclatures which are already, like, for example, certain policies which is there, transit-oriented development, things like those, the compact development, high-rise development. So the form and concepts are evolving from the policies which are there already with you. Right? So there is very less opportunity you will get to create new designs or new cities with you. The more opportunities you will get is to maybe you fit your design into those cities, or you will have an opportunity where you will retrofit these requirements. So I think you should be more focused onto that, because there is hardly any new cities which are coming. How much more cities you want? We already have so many cities with us. Now we have to focus on to how our tier 2 are going to grow. Should they be growing like the tier 1? So compare that model between tier 1 and tier 2. you have examples of various cities which is there in tier 1 with you already, right? These are your megapolis, metropolis, whatever you want to call them. So what are their current base and how they graduated and to the level where they are right now? Do you want your tier 2 be growing in a similar fashion, or do you want something else to be covered up? The concepts, like while I was there in college, we have been taught about garden cities, we have been taught about ribbon development and all. Now, for example, the ribbon development as a word which was there in my college as was when I was taught was not a very well established term. But TOD becomes maybe a much more sounding word, which could be a little form of ribbon development also. But that is more acceptable today as compared to what its acceptability was 0 and nil when it was 25 years back when I started when I was there in the college. So the things have reshaped and structured themselves or made them more appropriate to the current needs and requirements. So learn from what went wrong from the tier 1 and how you're going to graduate your tier 2s according to it. That will be much more effective for us. Rest in any case, whatever you want to do, you want a ring radial, you want this or that. So those all concepts and philosophies are already there, which I think many of us will not get an opportunity to work in.
One last.
Thank you, sir. There's one more question. Who is supposed to liaise with government bodies like any association or the technical teams which are active?
See, liaising with the government, for example, there are around 25 plus odd clearances which is required for any particular project, right, to come in. Environmental impact assessment becomes one, maybe clearance from your local government and authorities becomes another one, fire and all. So, mind it, whosoever goes and liaison, primarily your legal cells are the ones who go in and liaison because they are part of your structured teams which you consolidated. But every technical or the legal team, whosoever follows depending their respective environments or respective departments, you architects or planners are the one who provides all the substantial ammunition for them to justify their projects. Like for example, if it's an environmental impact assessment, even if it's a fire safety and compliance, everything has to be there on the maps and requirements according to the nomenclature which has been asked by the government, how compliance of your design is there. So forget about that, how this will be liaising and other things will be done. There are already, because earlier it used to be one architect used to work. Now it's not a situation like this, that one architect and one planner work. It's almost like 10 to 12 different departments who work when there is a sizable project. And there are institutions which are there, will help you. There are consulting bodies and all which exist, which takes these projects as outsourced. Or even your PMC will, if you're outsourcing into any project management consultant, they have internalized these requirements. But first thing which you need to realize, internalize is that every such clearance requires a know-how of this. It's just not about justification of what you're. It's about how you internalize those requirements. आपने fire को justify किया है या किया है? Have you created a paper tiger or a tiger which actually roars? So that is more important for us. So first is, don't look at an outsourced solution. Look at that first. You need to read all these 25 clearances which is required for your project and what is the fundamental requirement are they asking for and how you're going to internalize that into your design practices. Then only it will make sense.
Yeah, one last
Thank
thing.
you, sir. There's one more
Swati ji,
question
one
from
second.
the participant.
Swati ji.
How are we carrying forward this year's theme of adapting cities with climate resilience to reach more of urban and rural program? Any awareness programs or activities as such they are conducting?
See, there are many such activities and programs which are coming. So, be starting from the government as well as there are various organizations like us who keeps rolling out these programs, where you will be taught that how these connections will be done and how we are going to connect these dots which are being asked over there. So, but mind it, see, these incidences which we create are so that you do not forget the original sense of. So it's not that something which we're going to focus only in this year and next year we're going to forget it. No, it is something which is an integral part of our requirements. We have to do it. Like for example, in your Hyderabad town, you're currently doing this under PMAY support as well as on your CM support. You have those affordable housing projects which are coming, right? So there are, and as I was mentioning, lot of time housing boards used to do this. Now there are municipal corporations are also doing these, the projects of affordable housing which are being carried. Now, what becomes your roles and requirement? So, even as an institution, as in whatever, we need to go and study them very well. See that are these, because effectively whatever as is being created is going to stay there for next 70 years in your town. So whether we studied, are they doing good? Were they better as compared to what Sir was mentioning around 30 years back when he took a flat in one of those localities which was developed by Housing Board? Are they comparable to what are we developing right now? Are we losing the ground? Are we making the sense much better? So is that ecological penetration or the things which we are talking about, the harmony, are they being maintained? So do we have such kind of live case studies available with us? So you need to understand that, okay, there are concerns. Like, for example, when there was nothing called ICAP in 2019. So any development which is coming post 2019. So are they internalizing this India Cooling Action Plan which talks about thermal comfort to be coming? Resource efficiency policy is there from 2019 onwards. Is there any projects which are coming? Are they internalizing those resource efficiency as a policy? So you don't need to go and attend any of the courses in that. You may have your own database available with you by which you can easily see that, okay, how many of these projects are there? How many beneficiaries have been identified? What are the kind of provisions which are being made? So the weakest link has to be made strongest, right? So compare these two setups which is there. What used to be past and what are we trying to? So we have looked at various such scenarios where we have seen the redevelopment colonies. We have seen where the in-situ slum rehabilitations are happening, and as well as we are looking at those localities also where there is a shift from population to one pockets to another, which is happening. So how these comparisons are good, or whether they are again, or they are making the situation better or worse for you. So that you don't need to wait for these annual declarations coming in that. You will automatically have your own resources available. And we do have certain studies which we have done in Hyderabad, which is particularly for affordable housing. It'll be interesting for you to maybe download those studies which are there on our website under the Sustainable Habitat Department. And you will find that there are a lot of connections and connotations which has been worked at in Hyderabad specifically by us. So similar works needs to be, your local institution needs to be more enhanced and upworking as compared to us coming from Delhi and then working with you.
One last one, sir. Do you agree?
Sure.
Because of this pandemic, working from home
Yes,
has resulted in absolute green cover and the pollution levels for carbon emissions being reduced. Because I cite an example of high-tech city in and around areas. Once we are out of lockdown, now we see the situation arising 3 to 4 hours for 6 kilometers, as Mr. Raj Reddy has pointed out. Don't you think all the service sectors, there is no need for them to go to the office, which has been seen, and even the performance levels when they were working from home, it is much much better. Don't you think governments and policy makers should rethink, instead of going for such palatial buildings, concretizing the entire area, removing green covers, once in a while to meet, some conference halls are necessary, and so that they can work from home in a much better way. With this, the concretization is reduced, the green cover is saved, and also the transport. For every 2 or 3, you have only one car or like that. This private transport also may, or the carbon emissions or the climate change may be reduced if this policy is put in place. Don't you think government should seriously think? Yes, of course, those cab drivers and all, for them you have to relook or rethink of providing some employment. Don't you think these service sectors can work from home now? That should be made compulsory, instead of allowing such type of palatial buildings, and in and around unnecessary the land pooling rates are going up. It is at the cost of common man is not able to buy anything. Don't you think if you can spare such land, it can be used for middle income, lower income groups, for providing housing as well as protecting green?
See, I think there is a lot of learning from the COVID area, which has been there for us, and PSC has already documented almost a huge volumes of this, that what has been our experience with regard to various subjects and dimensions which we do understand that. So countries are now looking at a hybrid mode of development in this, and I think though there was an attempt by Indian government also bringing smart cities and things like those, but unfortunately the setups and the way you can say that the market or the requirements were not pushed accordingly. But now we do have a comparison, like this blue skies and the clear skies which were there during the COVID times are now becoming again a grey or a polluted skies for us back to the situation. And you're very right on this. There is this kind of development or this kind of mode or this kind of pace of development which we opted for is not a great thing. We for example, mobility talks about moving people from one place to another. It doesn't talks about you individually going in your particular car and then moving. So the problem is that even in our education system, in the past 20 years, 25 years, we have been talking about something called such kind of terminologies, like passenger car units, the minimum ECS for every project and things like this. Or minimum they are not defining maximum anymore. So unfortunately part is that minimum ECS is there, and then whatever maximum you require, you can buy and keep buying. So moment you do not have a room size perfectly, like you know that the room height is around 12 feet, right? So if you do not have that restriction, what you will do? You will keep making room endlessly. So same is the concern that now earlier there was argument that there is nothing called blue sky which can exist. People in Delhi were not able to accept that this is their car pollution which is creating an issue, as well as the surrounding issues. But car is also contributing to the great extent. Or maybe the other activities and the functions are also adding a lot to it. So moment they have seen this flavor of blue sky and the kind of clear environment which were there. So now there is a learning of a hybrid mode which is coming between them. Like for example, today I'm here, you guys may be there in one room. I'm not sure whether you are in one room or you are in two different locations where you are. But we are able to communicate with each other. So that means the city needs to invest onto such requirements which are much more practical. But yes, it comes with the responsibility. Like for example, are you able to work from home? That also becomes an important feature for us. That means our design practice and principles may have to look at these hybrid provisioning too. We never thought that these two functions will ever join together in a house. Like for example, we were always against this. Like in our zoning laws and bylaws and all, we never allowed that work should happen from home. We only allowed 2-3 professions to operate from home. Rest of the professions were pushed out because we wanted that kind of development. Our policies were like this. Now because this hybrid is working, or this complete and as well as hybrid and in between has worked and shown in front of us, that is the time when we need to start thinking logically from the perspective that there could be a possibility that town can operate and work like this. So maybe a new era of policy transformations or maybe new nomenclatures or bylaws needs to be plugged in so that they can make these provisions happening. But this is a good learning. Definitely, it's a great learning for everyone that to understand, okay, there are possibilities according to which we are going to make this happen.
Because my channel, Dr. TSPR channel, now I'm beaming it live from Hyderabad. I'm connecting it to different parts of the world through YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah.
With a small learning, when I went to Kerala for the pandemic, wherein I had to do online. Now, why not? I thought, why not? Wherein I need not get a guest to my studio, nor I need to send a camera. These are all investment perspectives, and I need not have rich, big palatial buildings also. Cost effective, sitting I'm home, and even the wonderful guests, they can operate either from office, from their home, wherever they are, and connect to me, and then I'm beaming it live to the world. So the output is also very clear, and if you can invest more and more into this, the transport quintessential, which takes major chunk, and it poisons the climate, atmosphere, and the urban, in the name of such huge buildings, we are concretizing it, generating so much of heat, which otherwise we could have controlled. Instead, from wherever you are, if you can strengthen that with the green concept going, don't you think this will be a better thing? Because even the outputs we have seen during COVID, much better output than going to office and getting stuck in a traffic jam, and all those service sectors. Manufacturing sectors, yes, there also you can have only by from 8 to 2 and 2 to that such type of slots, you can reduce that impact also.
Yeah, these flexi working, this compulsory working hours or something of that sort, they were practically there before COVID as well. But definitely with this COVID circumstances, which is prolonged in our country for almost like 2 years plus, we have learned the real value of those. Like, for example, under our green building certification also, we do respect these innovations. But unfortunately, part was that we never gave a weightage to these requirements. They were there as a filler box items for us. But now, because we have seen this practically working, we have seen that there is a possibility, there is a world which can exist and work like this also. So it is altogether a very good learning for us. And we hope to see that there is a lot of policy changes, as well as in any case, we have changed, right? So it's nothing, we have changed. That's why I am here in Delhi. You are there in Hyderabad, and we are able to communicate with each other. All the possibilities, the adaptation during this period was so quick that, for example, I used to think, okay, there is a possibility of roundtables. Yeah, there is a possibility. Can I create small working groups? Yes, you can. Can I enter in that room? Yes, you can enter in that room. So all these possibilities IT has made in front of us so quickly and advanced our way of thinking in these ways also. So possibilities has worked in front of us. Now we need to internalize this for a longer run. So whatever you can say that whatever we gain, we should not get diluted with this, again, what we have started with.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions, madam, in this?
No, sir. As we are running short of time for the next session, I would like to end the session for today.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will be having a lunch break from 1 to 1:30 p.m. So I request the participants to either stay connected or be back by 1:20 to begin with the next session. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Hope everybody joined the session. We are about to start with our third session for today. Our third speaker for today is architect Sugit Grover Garu. Now, I would like to take the privilege to introduce to you about architect Sugit Grover Garu. Architect Sugit Grover Garu is a deputy program manager at the Sustainable Habitat Program of Center for Science and Environment. Originally, as an architect, he has a keen interest in issues related to sustainable urbanization and issues of habitation. His current research work relates to themes of energy efficiency, circular economy, sustainable building materials, building physics, and resource efficiency in the built environment. Now, I would request architect Sujit Grover Garu to please address the session. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Just wanted to know if if I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah, I'll just start sharing my screen.
Sure.
Yeah, is it visible now?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
All right, wonderful. So, as somebody has already introduced me, my name is Sugit. I work for Center for Science and Environment as a Deputy Program Manager. Today, I'm going to talk about somewhat of a very pertinent subject, if I might say, which is rise in temperature and the need for course correction. Right? So let's understand what's happening. We already know that there is a lot happening in terms of climate change. The COP is already going on, and there are huge discussions going on over it. And the threat is, of course, real. We're predicted, we would be lucky if we can stop the global rise in temperature on an average to above 1.5 degrees centigrade. It might go more, it might worst case scenarios even predict it to go as much as 3 degrees centigrade over the limit. All right. So how will we get affected, and what we as professionals of the built environment need to do to have a say in this challenge? So how does this story come about? Has anybody heard of the India Cooling Action Plan? I would like this session to be as much interactive as possible. I would love it if it's interactive, so anybody can unmute themselves and then just speak. Has anybody heard of the India Cooling Action Plan? If anybody can tell me, am I audible, just to understand?
Yes, sir, you are.
All right. So the India Cooling Action Plan came about a few years back, and it's a very important. India was one of the first countries to actually develop it. What's happening is that the cooling demand is expected to grow. It's expected to grow by 11 times by 2037, and the India Cooling Action Plan sort of aims to reduce this by about from 20 to 30%. Now, why is that so important? Why is sustainable cooling so important? If you know all of these international commitments that have been done, there is the Paris Agreement that happened, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. Sustainable cooling actually lies in the center of all. Of course, it lies because of the energy demand that is required, but there are more aspects to it. It's not just about energy, but it's also about livability. It's also about thermal comfort for the occupants. just sustainable cooling really becomes a central core subject to be dealt by everybody. I mean, a few years back, maybe we felt, there are countries which didn't really weren't that much affected. But in the past few years, we've seen heat waves kill so many people, even in Europe. I remember temperatures reaching above around 40 degrees centigrade in France a few years back. So we can literally see the effect of climate change and how that's actually affecting a lot of things, and sustainable cooling really becomes a major point to counter, right? What does the India Cooling Action Plan actually talks about? What does it say that we need to do? So it says that research and development is a very major point of focus for the India Cooling Action Plan that we need to sort of keep doing. One of the aims is the cooling demand needs to reduce. Once that happens, the refrigerant demand needs to reduce, and because of that, the energy consumption will also go down. The biggest, in my opinion, the biggest thing that India Cooling Action Plan actually talks about is this, which is thermal comfort for all. Can anybody has any opinion on that? The ICAP saying that there is a need for thermal comfort for all.
So sorry to interrupt you. Can you go for a slideshow?
I am on the slideshow. Is it not working?
No, sir.
Okay, what are you able to see right now?
I want the full screen, sir. I mean, like.
I was on the full screen, so I don't know what's wrong. I'll just start doing all of that again.
Yeah, sure.
Give me a second. Do let me know if this persists.
Yes.
I have put the slideshow and I have put it in full screen.
Yeah, okay, sir. You can go ahead.
Are you able to see the full screen now?
Not really, sir. I'm not able to see the full screen.
If you could tell me, what are you able to see?
I can, on the left corner, I can see the number of slides, and on the right side, it is very small actually.
Okay. Let me try. There is another method by which this can happen. Let me just go through that. Yeah, ma'am. If you could tell me if this works.
Yes, sir. Now it is fine. Great.
What can you see? Can you see in the full screen?
Yeah, I can see the full screen. Everything is clear. Thank you.
All right. Okay. I'll start all over again a little bit. I already told you about the India Cooling Action Plan. I told you that the rise for the cooling demand is supposed to rise by 11 times, and the ICAP really seeks to reduce this by 25 to 30%. I also sort of mentioned, and I'll mention again, that amongst the major environmental agreements we have, one of them is the Paris Agreement, the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, the Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable cooling really is one of the fundamental center points in all of these. And again, I'll once again repeat why that is happening is because of the fact that because of the rise in temperature that's happening all across the world, the extreme weather events that we are looking at. Because of that, sustainable cooling becomes a really important factor. Now, again, once sustainable cooling happens, a lot of things are it's like a domino effect. So if I'm able to solve this, I'm able to solve the amount of energy that is required. How is most of the energy produced in India? Can anybody tell me? I would love this. session to be a little more interactive. Can anybody can unmute and then tell me why is how is energy produced in India? What is the source of energy in India? Electricity. All right. So India produces most of its electricity still through coal, which is a non-renewable source of energy, and it produces a lot of carbon emission. It produces a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. So if I'm able to sort of bring down my energy demand through more sustainable cooling solutions, less energy intensive solutions, that hits on a lot of targets, that hits on my Paris Agreement, that hits on not using too much refrigerants, so it hits my Kigali Amendment targets as well, and of course my SDGs. All right, going forward, what are the goals of India Cooling Action Plan? Research and development being a very important factor that we need to research and we need to develop. Once the cooling demand goes down, we need to bring down the refrigerant demand, we need to bring down the energy demand. And training technicians becomes an important thing, one of the things we're doing right now. One very important goal that the ICAP mentions is sustainable cooling. Now, why is that so important? Because it talks about sustainable cooling, we've already talked about. Another point it really talks about is thermal comfort for all. Now, why is that important? Because now we're not just talking about energy efficiency, but thermal comfort in its entirety. So we are aiming for everybody to be thermally comfortable. And it doesn't just mean that the person is comfortable through, putting on an air conditioner, putting on energy-intensive mechanical cooling solutions. We are saying thermal comfort is really needed for livability aspects. It is needed for just human health as well, and we will talk about these things. How is it possible? How does the ICAP imagine that we can reduce energy? So one of the things it talks about is improvement in cooling equipment efficiency, an important factor, better servicing and operation and maintenance practices, right? But one of the things that we are most concerned about is the climate appropriate building envelopes. So we're really concerned how an envelope can actually improve the building. Higher adoption of ECBC in upcoming buildings. ECBC, of course, means Energy Conservation Building Code. We already have had an Energy Conservation Building Code for the commercial building sector since 2017. But now we have the other one, which is the Energy Conservation or Eco-Niwas Samhita, which came out in 2018 for the residential sector, and adoption of adaptive thermal comfort practices. Now, how has COVID really affected this ICAP ambition? We can see that there was a lot of growth happening. ICAP came in 2019, thermal comfort for all was mentioned, but since March 2020, between March 2020 and September 2020, we know there was a big, huge lockdown. And because of that, a lot of construction activities sort of lost their track, if I might say, and therefore ICAP also got affected. And this real estate recovery is expected to take a few years, so maybe 3 to 4 years, and we're already in 2021, and maybe the real estate will be able to put more effort into these in things by about in a few years, and we need to speed that out, right? And why is this so important? Is it just important about energy efficiency, or are there other aspects involved? So there was a report that came out which said that heat stress would actually affect India the most. In fact, it actually said that the report actually projects that 2% working hours will be lost worldwide every year by 2030 because of heat-related illnesses. So we have heat cramps, heat exhaustion, heat rash, heat stroke, each with its own symptoms and treatments. So all of these things become a really important factor. And of course, India would be at the highest, one of the most affected countries of all. CSE's magazine Down to Earth actually wrote a cover story on this subject as well. And of course, we understand that thermal comfort is really so related to energy efficiency. So let me give you an example. CSE did this analysis in Delhi, and you can sort of see that if the temperature lies around this area, we can sort of figure out that the energy consumption has been really low. This is the point at which the energy consumption in Delhi remains the lowest. The moment the temperature starts rising above a certain temperature, and we're not talking about normal dry bulb temperature, but about heat index, which is a combination of multiple factors. If this temperature keeps rising, the heat index keeps rising, of course, the energy demand keeps going up. Even if the energy actually reduces, if the heat index actually reduces, the energy goes up. Can anybody tell me why we are consuming more energy if the heat index becomes less? Can anybody tell me why, if my temperature of my city becomes less, my energy consumption actually rises? Okay, I'll leave that to the audience to think, since they're not in a mood to speak so much today. And what are the consequences that will happen because of thermal discomfort? I have energy, so my dependence on HVAC increases as my thermal discomfort increases. I have increased energy consumption. I have increased greenhouse gas emissions because, as I said, all of my energy consumption, usually a lot of my energy consumption right now is made by energy intensive methods such as fossil fuels. And of course, after my GHG emissions happens, my global warming happens, and all of those things start happening. What about other factors? Thermal discomfort would also be responsible for health, and heat-related illnesses such as heat stress. Loss in working hours will happen, and of course, in certain cases, it could lead to health issues and even fatalities, which we have seen not just in India but also in countries such as Europe now. And we need to understand that although ICAP mentions the fact that there needs to be, our focus needs to be on the building envelope, which means anything that's separating my inside from my outside can be called my heat envelope. My heat envelope would always have some sort of a limitation, if I might say. So there is a lot of heat, and eventually my building envelope, so my walls, my roof, my glass, all of those things are acting as a barrier between my heat from outside to my inside, right? But this will have its limitations. I mean, as the temperature keeps rising, there is a pressure being built on my building envelope, which does get heated up, right? Moreover, don't just think about my building envelope in itself, but also there are other buildings around it which are also radiating the heat. They're absorbing the heat and then they're radiating this heat. And all of this pressure is going to be on my building. It's taking a lot of heat directly from the sun, right? Worse all, I have my wind around my building, but even that wind is now getting heated up because of the rise in global temperatures. So my building envelope has to counter all of these things. Let's take a step back and say, how about of course, I need to strengthen my building envelope, but not just that. What I can do is that I can sort of improve upon devise methods by which the temperature in itself can be maybe made a little cooler around my building by itself. So let me ask you a question, and I would really expect to open mics. Can I ask the organizer if the audience is allowed to open the mic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I request everybody to open their mic, because I can't go on much further if I don't have much interaction with the audience. Can you request the audience to do that, please?
Audience, we request you to unmute your mics and answer for the first question.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. We have these two situations. I live in Delhi, and whenever I read whenever I have to get the temperature, I understand that Delhi measures its temperature in multiple places. One of them is in the middle of a city, one of them could be near an airport. Where do you think I would get lower temperature readings? On the left or on the right?
Sir, you are saying lower temperatures, Sugita?
Yeah. Where would I get lower readings? Would I get it in a more of an area which is all right? Let's change the question. Let's forget the scenario. Let me ask you: would there be a difference in temperature if I took it in the middle of a very dense building street, or if I take it in a park? Would there be a difference?
Yeah, park may you will get lesser low temperatures.
And why is that, ma'am?
Because of green cover and all.
Yeah. And how does that affect?
It will absorb the thing, no, sir?
Okay, absolutely. So there are multiple reasons why the green park or the green vegetation around me would affect this, and I'll come to that. But important thing to remember that the temperature reading would be different if I take it in the middle of a busy urban area where there's a lot of buildings around, versus when I take it in a different area which has a lot more vegetation. So it means that as a designer, it gives me an opportunity to sort of change the microclimate of things around me. The moment I'm able to do that, it's actually a good thing, because if I'm able to bring down the temperature of my surroundings by a few degree, then that few degree helps, and so that means that my building envelope has to do less amount of work to be able to make my occupants more comfortable. And by that logic, I also sort of it also means that I'm able to reduce the amount of energy that is needed to cool my buildings in peak summers, right? And this phenomena is called the urban heat island effect, which you can imagine as a dome of stagnant warm air over the heavily built up areas of the city. So you can imagine that there is a city and there is a lot of urban areas and a lot of heat that actually gets trapped into these areas, right? So if I give you an example, in New Delhi, the summertime temperature was recorded to be 7 to 10 degrees centigrade higher than the temperature of surrounding rural areas. Can anybody sort of give me an idea how much is the peak summer temperature in Delhi?
Around 50, sir.
Around 50. Usually, I mean, generally, I would say a little less, maybe 47 degrees centigrade. Now, imagine if I'm able to, if I'm not fighting, if my building is fighting 47 degrees centigrade, then, it's not a very good situation. If I have, the challenge becomes much less, right? If I'm not fighting 47 degrees centigrade, but let's say 37 degrees centigrade, because I can manipulate my microclimate and change the amount of the temperature around me. My building envelope has to fight a lot less of a battle, if I might say, and therefore my energy cooling systems will have to fight a lot less battle. And this is affecting our cities and the kind of materials we use. Another example of Mumbai slums, which are found to be 6 degrees Celsius warmer than neighboring housing societies in October. We're not even comparing rural areas with urban areas here. What we're comparing is this with this. So neighboring housing societies versus the Mumbai slums. And there is a 6 degrees centigrade difference. Can anybody tell me what is the first thing that strikes you when you look at this image?
Thickly designed, sir.
Say that again.
Densely populated.
Very densely populated, yeah. What else?
No open spaces and greenery.
Absolutely. So lack of open spaces, lack of greeneries, you can sort of see them in the background a little bit, but not around the slums or inside the slums. at all. And therefore, all of this is making a huge difference. This is what the graph of a urban heat island effect would look like. So if I had to break it down, at the place where there is the maximum agglomeration of a lot of built up area or buildings, the temperature is actually higher. There are places where this is lower, where you see a little bit of trees, but also a little bit of buildings. So therefore it becomes lower. But the lowest is when there are a lot of vegetation and trees. Now the question is that why are trees so important? How does vegetation actually make a difference? How does vegetation actually make a difference for my temperature?
So the green cover always absorbs the heat and evaporates the water in it. So the concrete structures which are there, they won't do that. So that is the reason they reflect back the heat. So we can find the cooler area in the green spaces when compared to the built structures.
And what about the reflectivity of trees? How's the reflectivity of trees?
I think it's 40%, sir. It evaporates the water vapor in it.
Yeah, the evaporation, absolutely. You're correct in both terms, of course. So there is something called an albedo effect, which means that there is the amount of sunlight that's actually reflected. And trees are not necessarily, it sort of depends on the conditions around it. I mean, if I have a tree in the middle of a very dark road, right? Would the tree be able to reflect more heat, or would the road be reflecting more heat?
Sir, can you repeat?
So if I have a tree in the middle of a road, would the tree be reflecting more heat, more sunlight, or would the road be reflecting more sunlight?
A road, sir.
The road would be reflecting more sunlight?
I think a tree, the tree will accept the thing.
Yeah, so the basic principle being whatever is a lighter color would be able to reflect more amount of sunlight, right? A tree is generally a lighter color than the road, but it might not be more lighter than a building. So it will completely depend on the context. There's a very interesting article called Can Trees Really Cool Our Cities Down? Everybody should be able to read this. Let me give you an example. So one of the things that the tree is doing right here is that you can see that the tree is right here. You can see the road is right here, which is a much darker color. So this is a thermal image that you can see. Can you see my pointer, my mouse?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you can see the heat outside. You can see that the road has absorbed a lot of the heat, and therefore it's red. You can see that the humans are obviously emitting a lot of heat, so you can see them here. But you also see this patch of blue beneath the tree. Why is that?
I think it's green cover, sir.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's just the shade of the tree. So the one
cool area.
Cool area. And why is that happening? Simply because of the shade of the tree. So one way the tree is working for us is just shading the environment. So anything below the tree, because it's not getting direct sunlight, would be a little cooler. And this is also being used by architects to not just make the area beneath the tree cooler, but also the building. So you might have an eastern facade or a western facade where the sun is at a very lower angle, and you would have the tree which is able to block the direct sunlight coming inside. But also, as somebody mentioned, evapotranspiration, which means this occurs when the sun's rays hit the tree's canopy, causing water to evaporate from the leaves. This cools them down just as sweating cools our skin. So very similar thing that happens here. So this is one example. So the water actually is evaporated from the leaves, and therefore it cools the surrounding air down as well as the surface of the leaf by itself. Another thing that we need to understand that yes, trees play a huge part, vegetation plays a huge part, but that's not the only thing. The built environment, the geometry of the built environment really plays an important part as well. So what is happening right here? We see a sort of a building We see a street. There are multiple things happening here. There is direct sunlight that happens. A lot of this heat gets trapped here, radiation gets trapped here. Plus, the wind actually blows from above it. None of that actually enters through here and actually takes this built up heat away. So, a very important factor becomes the placement of your buildings and the way they react to the predominant wind direction, as well as the height and the width of the road. Another thing, we also understand that we are not just affected by the wind, the air temperature around us, but also the radiations around us. So if my buildings are kept very, very close by, the wind, there would be radiation from other buildings that would be coming to my building, and therefore I sort of also need to space them out accordingly, keeping that in mind that there might be radiation coming from other buildings. And hence, one of the tools we need to really understand is the building height to street width ratios. And it's not just to do with this radiation, but also to do with the wind. So, as a benchmark, if this is the height of the building, then there would be a certain distance by which the other building should be kept so that they get enough wind. If I don't do that, this is what happens. The wind actually gets blocked, and sometimes there are currents that are formed in between these buildings, because of which the predominant wind just blows above it and does not enter these niches that are formed in the urban factor. So, as some of these things are already mentioned, rural area would have a lot more water. It would have a lot of water that's actually seeping in down, and plant transpiration, because of which they would be a little more cooler. Right. We already talked about albedo, and I will give you some certain examples. But this is a study we were doing in Telangana, and this is what we found out. So we take the ratio between roads versus the green areas. You can see in a lot of places it's the road that actually wins the race. So in a lot of our projects, we found that the roads might be 36.56% of the total plot area, while the green area might just be even less than 10%. Now, you can imagine if that is happening, we're losing the battle somewhere. If we are prioritizing the amount of road space our cars need to have in a certain, even in a housing project that can be controlled, we're somehow losing the battle. In certain areas, of course, it is better. Here we found it to be around 32% versus 17%, so this was slightly better. But overall, we need to take care of the proportion between the amount of built-up area versus the amount of green that we are leaving. Surface albedo is something I've already talked about. Just by example, I'll ask you this question, although I've already shared this slide a little bit before. If my roof is darker, would I be reflecting more heat or absorbing more heat?
Absorbing.
Sorry?
Absorbing more heat.
Absorbing more heat. If I had white tiles, what would be happening then?
Reflective, sir.
Reflect the heat.
Reflect the heat. All right. Why is that happening?
Because of the light color.
The light color as well as the shiny property of the tile, because of which it's able to reflect more. But of course, yeah, the surface in itself, but also the green cover, such as a rooftop with vegetative garden, would actually also work perfectly because of the things we've already said. One would be evapotranspiration, but also the amount of, if you put a little bit of soil between the grass and the roof, then it also provides a good amount of insulation that acts as a barrier. And we've already seen this in our cities. Any idea which is the city on the left?
Jodhpur, sir.
Jodhpur. And what is so special about it? What is it called by another name?
I think the Blue City.
The Blue City. And one of the reasons, if you actually go to Jodhpur, they still follow this principle, which is amazing. If you see their roofs, they're actually made of white shiny tiles, and the walls, some of the walls, not all of them, are painted in light blue colors. And then this is Jaipur, which again is it uses a local stone which is light in color, which is pink in color, and therefore it also gets its name, which is the Pink City. With interventions such as reflective roofs and green roofs, a reduction of 1.5 degrees centigrade and 1.9 degrees centigrade can be observed. And this obviously has its own energy saving potentials as well. In fact, to answer your question about what if there was a tree in the middle of a road, would it be more reflective or less reflective? I think the answer completely depends on the color of the road in itself. We might not be used to seeing this, but we might as well get to see this a lot more often. There are cities, this is Los Angeles, which has started uh, painting its roads into white color, and they would, so that they're able to reduce the amount of energy that's actually required. They're able to, so there is no building beneath the roads, obviously, right? But this is able to reflect the heat and therefore not absorbing the heat and therefore not radiating the heat around to its climate. And because of this, it's actually saving the people around the street a little bit. They're experiencing less amount of heat because of that. And not last but not perhaps very pertinent is that the heat is not just generated by external factors but also internal factors, right? So we have heating because of course, the building that is transmitting the heat transmitted in buildings from external environments. Then there are plug loads. So right now I have a laptop in front of me and it's actually generating heat, and it's spreading it around in the room that I am in. I also have my lighting loads. I also have my human metabolism. So there are people who are producing heat, and therefore the area is getting heated up. And one of my favorite nemesis, which is energy consumption because of cooling systems. So if you've ever stood behind an air conditioner, you will realize that a lot of heat is actually coming outside. And this really brings us the question, that should we be allowing big commercial buildings to be energy guzzlers, to be throwing all this heat into the environment? And is that a fair thing to have? Because there are people around the world who can't afford decent living conditions, and they are at the brunt of big energy consuming buildings to be throwing their excess heat into the atmosphere, therefore affecting this strata of society. And of course, this is one example of how anthropogenic activities, which means human created activities, actually affects the environment around them. That there was an research conducted in Beijing, and they actually changed and they said that if I change the amount of the kind of vehicles that I'm using completely to electrical vehicles, then I'm able to actually reduce the amount of heat that's emitted in these areas. And just to sum up, how is urban form really affecting all of this? We have high heat absorption due to surfaces, lack of trees and vegetation, radiation due to buildings, wind blockages, and anthropogenic activities. If I just show you this image right now, can anybody tell me if more number of buildings are oriented in the favorable way or unfavorable way? So you can see all of these buildings, and this is north. Can anybody tell me if more buildings are facing in the correct orientation, more favorable orientation, or less number of buildings are facing the correct orientation? This is a project in Telangana. So if I might ask you from that perspective, which way should my building be facing? Which orientation? Should it be that most of the surface area faces north and south, or should it face more east and west? Okay, let me answer that. Just by looking at it, I can sort of say that most of the surface area in these buildings is facing is the east facade or the west facade. Right here, it's actually the opposite. Most of it is facing in the north or the south. Now let me come to one of a very interesting thing, which is called a windrose diagram. And let me interpret this. If I may understand this, how is my windrose diagram working? So what you see, these bars that you see are actually the wind direction from which the wind is coming. And I'm looking at a graph between January as to December. So the whole year I'm looking at. Can anybody tell me what is the wind direction? What is the predominant wind direction in a particular place in Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh? If I look at data from January to December, these are my wind direction marks. What is it like? What is the predominant wind direction here? Okay, let me break this up. Let me ask you from December to February. Can anybody tell me what is the predominant wind direction now? Okay, so the predominant wind direction would be somewhere here. So I can sort of say that the wind is not coming from west, but from the eastern part. When I go from March to May, which becomes my peak summers, what is my predominant wind direction here? A little difficult to say because I would say the wind is coming from all over the place. But if I go from June to September, which is a very humid month, in fact, you can see that the wind is carrying a lot more humidity because this bar is a lot more darker green. If that is the thing that's happening, then I can say that my wind direction is from the western side. If that is happening, then I can sort of say that during my humidity period, I need to ventilate my buildings as much as possible. If that is true, then what I need to do is that I need to make sure that my wind from the west is actually responded to. So let me give you an example. I'm making a housing society, let's say, and I have put these building masses. The moment I put my wind, I see that there are wind shadow areas that are formed. So there are areas where there is no wind, and this might affect the next building by itself. But this changes the moment I sort of change the way my buildings are placed, and now I get a much better flow of ventilation around my buildings. And this, of course, and the wind also actually increases its speed as it goes through between buildings, called the Venturi effect. And there are certain examples by which I can do this. In this way, I've changed the orientation of the building a little bit, and my open areas have started getting a much better wind inside it. Similar thing happens here. These are certain examples. Right here, I'm able to change the way the wind is behaving and the way my open areas get the wind. I also have to manipulate a little bit of the height variations. I have to play around with the height variations to get a little bit more wind inside my buildings. I can have taller buildings, but with better spacing. And of course, if I had two choices, I had a predominant wind direction. My taller building should not be facing the predominant wind direction. Otherwise, the smaller buildings don't get any wind. If I reverse this trend, then this works better. And otherwise, I can also leave a small gap in between my buildings to be able to allow the wind to penetrate. CSE did a study again in Telangana region of a CFD analysis. I will go through this. I think I don't have much time, but these are examples of studies we did by studying the predominant wind direction and understanding the way the cross ventilation is happening in these areas. And there is so much to study regarding these things as well. I will not go into too much into this, but just have a look. If I have a building which is U-shaped, the moment I change the way, change the orientation, flip it by 180 degree, look at the wind shadow areas that actually changes. And this, of course, would have repercussions. Have a look at this building layout. I have my predominant wind direction from my western side. You can see that the wind sort of acts as this building acts as a tunnel, and the wind flows straight through it. But in certain areas in between buildings, the building wind shadow areas are formed, and therefore some of the building facades might not get enough wind, right? And this sort of changes when I change the way my buildings are being done, are being placed. Let me give you an example. So in this area, you can see that this is a much more yellow line. So I have my wind coming from the west, and this goes straight. While here, I've not used such a linear form, but a more staggered form. So you can see that building is, the wind is going from here. It gets an obstruction, it goes from here. It gets an obstruction, it goes from here. But the way this wind shadow behaves is much better now, because the wind is moving like this, it goes like this, and then it also goes like this. Because of the passageway that it forms, all of my building facades actually get a much better wind. So the way my buildings are placed, they might be placed in more staggered form, because of which I might be able to get better wind penetration, not just on the facades of my buildings, but also on the open areas around it. Yeah, the same thing that can be seen here. Of course, another thing that needs to be taken care of is the distance between the buildings. More the distance, the better chances of wind penetration improves. And also not just the wind, but also I need to play around a little bit with the height. So we did this study with not just the G+11, but also G+6, and we could sort of see some differences by which this was happening. So in a way, if my wind is hitting me not in a parallel way to my building facades, but in a diagonal way, that also works better, because you can see that it sort of acts like a staggered form, and you can see that the wind actually penetrates a lot through between the buildings. So the way my buildings are placed changes a lot. CSE did a very interesting study very recently. We also did a webinar called Ventilation and Buildings, and this is our latest publication called Breathable Indoors. It's freely downloadable. I will put a link immediately after this lecture. And we're not just talking about wind with respect to thermal comfort or energy efficiency, but another factor that has come up, which is COVID. Now that we know that COVID is airborne, so it can stay if I'm in a room and I'm breathing out COVID infection, it can remain suspended into the air for a long time if there is no ventilation that's actually diluting these particles. Then it's a problem, because other people can also get affected through it. I think it's about time. I can open up for questions a little bit. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. That was an eminent session. I request all the participants to please post the questions in the WhatsApp group so that I can ask you behalf of you.
So I'm posting a link to the latest study, which was about breathable indoors, which made a connection between ventilation and the transmission of the COVID virus. So I've put a link on the chat box.
Sir, I once again thank you for the eminent session. Any questions from the participants? I will put forward to you through your email soon. Sir, one question from the participants. Influence of your studies in Telangana region. What is the influence of the impact?
Sorry, repeat the question, please.
What is the impact of your studies in Telangana region?
Impact of my studies? I don't quite understand the question. We have done extensive studies in terms of thermal comfort, and we have sort of studied the kind of materials that are being used in the Telangana region, what sort of materials need to be used and what needs to be taken care of. I can post the link, but I think the question needs to be a little more specific about what we're really asking.
Thank you once again.
Thanks a lot.
The next session starts at 2:45 p.m. So I request all the participants to please stay connected. Thank you.